Supremacy Games. Chapter 376-400. Chapter 376, Obscurum Suit. Felix didn't have to worry about himself getting found out as he was using the same voice he spoke with as landlord. The conversation didn't last for even a minute as Felix went straight to the point and informed the chief that he had already contacted the organization for them. Naturally, the chief asked for their response, to which Felix told him that he wasn't informed about it. However, he did comfort him by telling him that he should be expecting a response in the next month or two if he was lucky. "Thank you for the hard work." The chief showed his appreciation by emailing an invitation link to Felix. "Please feel free to pay a visit to my royal tree in the UVR. I will have Alicia show you around." "Will do, chief, will do." Felix voiced his confirmation with a soothing tone and hung up. Although he told them that they would receive a response in a month or two, he had no intentions of honoring it. He wanted them to feel that they weren't important to the organization and they weren't begging to have them as allies. Hence, he was planning on making them wait at least 3 months before actually replying to them as the organization leader. Only then would Felix have the upper hand in the negotiation if it came to be. In addition, he wanted to give them time to search for him and fail so they would feel like they had no other choice but to put their lot with the organization if they were still interested in his bloodlines. Since they were planning to declare war against the Empire, those bloodlines were a must to secure the victory. Felix had caught them by the balls and he wasn't planning on letting go until he took everything that they were willing to offer for an alliance between them and his fake organization. Ring ring. Felix's peaceful thinking was interrupted by his bracelet ringing. He glanced at the screen and noticed that it was from George. "Clunk. What's up? Today's training will start at 3 p.m. and last to 9 p.m. George said sternly, "There are only 3 days left before our game. We need to double our efforts lest we regret it." I will be there." Felix agreed and hung up later on. After a while, Felix got out of the shower fully nude. He didn't cover himself with the nanosuit offered to him by the ESG organization. Instead, he beamed a small black suitcase that had 3 darkened futharks embodied in a triangle shape. "Let's test this bad boy." Eager, Felix placed his hand on the surface of the suitcase and requested in his mind, "Queen, please bind the Obscurum artifact with my AP bracelet and make it an exclusive use." A moment after his request, the futharks brightened up each with a different color for a split second before turning dark again. "The Obscurum artifact is successfully bound to your AP bracelet," the Queen informed. Felix nodded his head in appreciation and quickly requested with an eager grin, "Open it." Cluck, sshshh. Chilling steam escaped from thin cracks after the suitcase opened up partially. Felix placed both of his hands on it and opened up it fully in a slow manner, allowing the chilling steam to blow on his delighted face. "Queen, please make these pajamas as set 1. Felix requested while manifesting a hologram that was displaying normal black pajamas. "Done." When he received a confirmation, Felix put his hand inside the suitcase and said, "Activate it." Immediately after he said so, Felix found himself in that black pajamas. The suitcase had disappeared right in front of his eyes like it was never there. "Holy!" Shocked, he exclaimed while touching the smooth comfy fabric of the black pajamas. He never expected that the difference between the 7th generation of nanosuits would this big compared to the 3rd generation he was using before. Felix always needed at least a couple of seconds before wearing his previous nanosuit and the process wasn't pleasant in the slightest. But with this one, he barely felt anything. Ecstatic, Felix swiftly stood up and went to the mirror in his closet door. "Hee, not bad at all." He grinned in satisfaction after seeing that pajamas appeared exactly as in the hologram. Even the 3 futharks were gone. Yet, Felix wasn't worried by it as he knew most of the details about the Obscurum suit. After all, he bought it in the auction with 5 billion SC. It was the most expensive item he got at the event and he had to read its details carefully. From what he read, the Obscurum suit was created by a famous dwarf from the technology school of thought in the dwarf race. This school of thought was known for embracing advanced technology in their artifact creation, unlike other schools that use materials harvested or obtained from life forms. The Obscurum suit was created by combining the 7th generation nanobots with the 3 engraved Futharks. Felix didn't know how it was combined since that was a trade secret, but he knew that this suit was the best for him. It provided anything that a normal artifact could and also allowed him to shape it as he pleased. Not mentioning, hiding the engraved Futharks, making it resemble like any other nanosuit. Let's do a quick run in the measurement center. Eager to test out the suit, Felix swiftly laid on his bed and logged in. Inside the measurement center, in a VIP room, Felix was standing in front of an AI dummy while wearing a tight black armor-like suit that had 2 brightened-up engraved Futharks on his chest and 1 more on his back. The 2 in the front had brown and green colors respectively. Meanwhile, the one at the back was black. Naturally, each Futhark was engraved with an ability that was correlated with its element. Let's test stealth mode first. The moment Felix made this decision, his head got encased as well by the suit, making him resemble the Black Panther from the movies greatly. Rip Chadwick Boseman 3, 2, 1, whoosh. A bright red solar beam was fired from the muzzle and smashed into Felix within a split second. The moment he saw the beam coming, his body was already flying in the air with his limbs flailing uncontrollably. Boom! The force was so strong, he ended up smashing into the wall of the other side of the room. Thud, arg! Felix groaned in pain after falling to the ground on his face. He felt like his body was smashed by a construction hammer. Yet, he was still grinning with some difficulty while clasping into his stomach, which was bruised but not heavily wounded. Meanwhile, the suite didn't even seem harmed by the beam as the area of contact was merely emitting some smoke. Haha, a 7th generation nanobot's defenses plus force absorption from engraved Futhark is truly the best. Felix praised while standing up on his feet. He knew that without the suite he would have exploded instantly, as his body defenses weren't even as good as a 3rd stage bloodline. Although he was propelled like a sandbag, he wasn't complaining in the slightest, as the engraved Futhark did its best to absorb most of the force, making his body get hit only by the leftover force. However, in a serious fight, his wound from the attack would still affect him heavily. That would have caused Felix a problem if his 3rd engraved Futhark wasn't related to plant element. Felix merely cracked his shoulder joints with a smirk after standing up, feeling not a single ounce of pain from his stomach. Due to the suit, no one could see that his wounded area had been healed earlier with green particles that were released from the green Futhark. However, both those 2 Futharks had gotten darker noticeably. They were still bright but just not like earlier. I guess the energy needed to defend against 4th stage attacks is monstrous. Felix frowned his eyebrows after noticing this as well. Well, what did he expect? The Obscurum suit wasn't meant to help him fight against 4th stage bloodliners but just survive against 2 or 3 of their attacks. That was its limit, and if he went beyond it, the suit would definitely give in and break. Chapter 377, 3 days before the game. After Felix was done with his testing that lasted more than 3 hours, he logged out and went to grab a bite in the cafeteria. When he ate his fill, he came back and logged in again. However, this time he straightaway used George's invitation link to enter his UVR's room, where the team was already gathered on the football field. After Felix's body got reconstructed, he was greeted by the team members. Felix nodded at them while walking towards George, who seemed like he was arguing with a couple of instructors. After Felix got closer, he started picking up their conversation. I am telling you, Zhang, we must stay as a defender. We already brought him down from midfield to center back, and we can't just place him as a substitute to the goalkeeper. George reasoned while tapping his finger aggressively on a hologram that was showing a minimized green field. His new unlocked ability Metallic Wall is a massive help to the goalkeeping post. Sashat argued back calmly, we need a good substitute to hold the torch in case something wrong had to Noah. A couple of soccer coaches nodded their heads in agreement. Although they were just professional coaches, they still had gained enough knowledge after spending 4 months with the team to voice their own opinions. Plus, he is extremely slow and his abilities all required to be in melee form. Sasha added even more reasons, he will be just a fat target to penetrate from. Just as George wanted to retort back, he spotted Felix nodding his head behind Sasha. Glad to see you finally arriving in time. George addressed Felix, making the instructors turn their heads and focus on him. I am quite free today. Felix gestured with his head at the holographic mini football field and asked, is that another formation? George immediately got heated after hearing so, well, I am trying my best to keep it the same but they disagree hardly on it. I don't want to make any more adjustments when we have only 3 days before the game. I also don't want to make adjustments. Sasha still kept her cool as she argued back, but Zhonghui's new ability needed to be addressed properly. I don't mind doing so, but we can't make him a goalkeeper substitute when he didn't practice it in the past 3 months, god damn it. Here they go again. Felix took a step back after seeing that the rest of the coaches had gotten into the argument as well. Seeing how heated they were, he guessed that probably everyone was stressed out from the game deadline and also the chaos happening outside of the island. Although the situation outside wasn't as chaotic as in the first time, it was still causing issues in every country due to the full lockdown that was making it impossible for anyone to leave their houses. George, Sasha, and the rest of the instructors were probably constantly worrying about losing the game. If it wasn't for Felix acting as a pillar in the team with his behemoth strength, those instructors would most likely not sleep at night. After all, the Council and the ESG organization were all placing their hopes on the first win to wish for a surveillance system blueprint that could help them locate the Gamma organization. Although only Felix knew about the surveillance system, the others still knew that the wish was important to the Council to make a move. So, everyone was stressed and pressured. Felix could see it also on his teammates as no one seemed to fool around. Even Leo reined a bit of his enthusiastic personality due to the mood. As the captain, Felix should by nature be feeling the most stress right now. But, he was merely scratching his cheek in boredom while walking away with a copy of the new formation. Oh! Sylvia made it to the main team. Felix raised one eyebrow in surprise after spotting that Sylvia was taking the left wing back position. I guess she reached peak first stage of replacement in the previous days. Felix could only guess so since Sylvia had made it only to the substitute bracket when he last trained with the team. She was horrible enough that George didn't dare to place her in the game. But she was the only one with wings and George wanted to keep her as a substitute lest their opponents end up having a flying player. Well, good for her. Felix closed down the formation after seeing that everything remained the same as the last time he was here, which was just 4 days ago. The formation used was 1-4-3-2 and this was going to be the final version if those instructors stopped arguing about changing it again. The main goalkeeper position was taken by Noah and his substitute was from the reserve team who had big arms, allowing him to catch balls. The main defenders were taken by Sylvia, left wing back, William Bentley, right wing back, Zhonghui, center back, and lastly Hina Suzuki, central back. As for the midfielders, we got Johnson, Felix, and Adafacharia. Felix was at the center, the other two were at his wings. For the strikers, there were only Rolandino Castro and Leo Bridge. They were placed near each other for backup since it wasn't safe to hold the ball while separated from the team. Since their position was the most dangerous, they both had 2 substitutes ready to replace them. Lastly, Olivia and Sophia were going to be placed at the corners of the team's field right below the defenders. That's the entire 16-member team that was going to join the game. Cap. Did you hear what they are talking about? Leo inquired in interest after Felix had grouped up with the main team. Felix pointed his finger at gentle giant Zhonghui and answered, it's about changing his position. Zhonghui got a bit nervous after hearing so. Just as he wanted to ask in details, Felix pushed the ball basket that was next to them towards the other empty side of the field. Usually, it would have been filled by tens of members, but after the final team was picked, there was no point in forcing the rest to come train, as they would be just taking space. However, most of them still decided to come so they could show their serious attitude to George. Who knows, they might get picked up for second game due to it. I'm going to train with the cap. Leo swiftly excused himself from the pack as he chased after Felix. Ronaldinho and Johnson also followed after him. After they reached Felix, they saw that he was drawing a wide bull's-eye circle on the glass wall. Shivers coursed in their back after seeing so. Why can't you train like normal and just aim at the goalpost? Johnson complained to Felix the moment he arrived near him. Are you willing to be my goalkeeper? Felix asked with an honest look. Cough, want me to help you draw? Johnson dropped the matter at once, not having the balls to be the goalkeeper with his flimsy body. Meanwhile, Leo and Rolandinho merely kept whistling while looking at the glass ceiling, avoiding eye contact with Felix. Tisk p****, help me out by drawing a couple more randomly. Felix clicked his tongue in criticism and turned back to focus on the bullseye. He wasn't really drawing it but merely making the motion with his hand, and the queen was doing the rest. With the addition of those three, the wall was painted with at least 10 targets on the glass wall. All right, that's enough. Felix waved his hand to make them stop and walked away from the glass wall. Johnson and the rest picked up a ball and followed after him, planning to train in the same manner as him. Oh? They are at it again with that stupid practice. Hina murmured near Sophia and the girls while fixing her shoes. Why is he hell on bent to rely on the glass wall? Sylvia frowned her eyebrows. His plan is too unreliable. Because he knows your passing is shit. Sophia giggled. The glass wall is more reliable than you in the field when it comes to football. That's so mean to say, Sophie. Olivia scolded, but she was laughing just like the rest at the expense of Sylvia, whose expression turned annoyed by those constant jabs at her skills. I am just trying to lighten the mood. Sophia smiled warmly. You girls kept appearing like you were walking to your death or something. Bayam. Bayam. The girls' conversation was interrupted by thunderous noises resounding throughout the entire field, forcing everyone to gaze in Felix's direction. The moment their eyes met with him, they saw that he was in his semi-morphing state while his leg was emitting smoke just like the glass wall that he struck. He totally missed the bullseye, but no one seemed to care about it as they just kept focusing on what their eyes and ears were feeding them. Bam! Bam! The instructors, whose heated argument was about to result in a fist fight, traded quick glances with each other while the deafening noise of Felix's kicks kept hammering their ears in the background. George smiled widely and closed down the holographic mini-football field. He looked at the instructors and smirked. See why we don't need to mess with the formation at the last minutes. Why bother putting all of our focus on blocking goals when we have a human artillery in the team? He laughed smugly while walking away from them. Watch out! Smack! Alas, the warning came a bit late as a flying ball had already made contact with George's smug face. Thud! The instructors were left speechless and somewhat horrified after seeing that George's body was deconstructing into light particles while lying on the grass. The only thing left was a pool of blood that resulted from his head's exploding to pieces. Cap, I think you just killed the instructor. Scared shitless, Leo gulped a mouthful while poking Felix on his shoulder. What are you talk? Oh crap! Felix's eyes widened after spotting the newest victim of his kicks, reconstructing back up with a bewildered expression. What did Felix expect would happen when those balls were bouncing against the glass wall randomly? Felix! Use the F***ing empty goalpost! George yelled with a tingle of fear and anger after understanding what happened to him. Sigh, it seems like no one wants me to improve my aim. Saddened, Felix pushed the ball basket towards the empty goalpost with slumped shoulders. I will help you hit corners, Cap. Leo thumped his chest and followed after Felix with the rest of the boys. Chapter 378, A New Method to Increase Poison Duration? 3 days had gone by in a jiffy as Felix spent them mostly with the team, training from 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. Right now, he was eating breakfast in the Drops cafeteria in silence. It wasn't just him, but every member of the team was focusing on their food. Some were playing with their forks absent-mindedly while some were staring at it, appearing like their minds were full of thoughts. Who could blame them? The game was set to start at 8 p.m. and the excitement they had in the past 4 months had already died down, and now they started looking into matters with a sense of pessimism. After all, they could actually die in the games. One small careless mistake could result in their death without the ability to revive infinitely like they were training. Doubts started to arise whether it was even worth it to risk their lives in those games. They understood that if they won, they would save their planet from the chaos ongoing, they would bring pride to all the Earthlings. Most importantly, they would be given 3% of the game's streaming revenue to be split between them. That's a reward that belonged to them personally and no one could take it from them. Neither the council nor the ESG organization dared to touch it, since it was the biggest motivation those juniors had to force them into joining the games. After all, 3% meant that they could obtain tens of millions up to hundreds in each win they get. That's the reason most of them were desperate to join each game. Hopefully, Jacob will ace the speech before the game to raise some morale. George thought to himself after noticing the gloomy atmosphere. He left them be for now, since it was better to hype them up right before the game than do it now. After a short while, Felix had finished his breakfast and went back to his room. They were given those 12 hours to be spent as they wished, and he wasn't planning on wasting it bothering by the game like the others. After reaching his room, the first thing he did was log in and meet with Eric and Malik in the Androxa Capital Training Center. He had already checked on their combat experience and found that Malik was quite good, but Eric was absolutely shit, like he never fought in his life before. When Felix asked him why, Eric confessed that his mother was making him integrate only to increase his lifespan and not join battles. Hence, he never actually fought seriously with anyone. But Felix didn't consider it as much of an issue, since Eric was eager to train and work hard to better his skills. Hence, Felix decided to teach him for an hour each day until he mastered the basics and also to get familiar with each other. Then, he would hire a master to take care of him, as he couldn't waste more than 1 hour a day on Eric. Felix had never mentioned anything about himself. Even the element he was showing them was only poison, while the abilities were limited to 6. In their eyes, he wasn't landlord but Felix. He planned on leaving it this way until he met with them in real life and checked them thoroughly. That's why he still hasn't mentioned the grand plan of turning them into primogenitor bloodliners. He wasn't going to tell them anytime soon until they show him that they were worthy of receiving such a gift. 1 hour later. See you later, boss. Eric waved his hand at Felix while sweating buckets from his head. Meanwhile, Malik merely gave Felix a head nod before returning to her elemental training, which was based on barbecuing dummy AI with her fire abilities. Felix waved his hand back before leaving the room to them. This wasn't Felix's room but Malik's, as she has secured one on the 40th floor after winning the challenge with a bit of difficulty. She only succeeded because this was the Androxa Training Center. After going to his room, Felix straightaway started his daily training in poison manipulation. It was getting better and better. He was still far from the second stage external manipulation, but his inner manipulation was shaping up for the better. He could now create abilities with the size of his poison pillars instantly. Yet, he was still struggling to increase the duration of his poison from the known 5 seconds. He tried all options but still he failed in all of them. He even started to doubt that it was possible to create that kind of poison. Alas, the Ramongendra had told him that it was possible to create a poison that could affect someone for eternity if he was good enough. He was attempting again to make progress in this direction, but every ability that he throws at a dummy AI showed that it lasted for 5 seconds. What am I missing? Felix sat in a meditation position while rubbing his chin with a thoughtful expression. Elder said that I could increase the potency of poison while I am still in inner manipulation, so there must be another method that I haven't tried yet. Felix snapped his finger, creating a dark purple miniature version of himself sitting in a meditation position. It was created from the merging of 89 poison inducements, but he knew that it wasn't any different from his abilities. What am I missing? He murmured again while creating another version of himself sitting on the palm of his first poison version. He kept staring at them revolving on his palm absent-mindedly. While his brain was going through all the methods he tested, he subconsciously snapped his finger and created other miniature versions on each other palms. He did so 6 times until normal eyes couldn't see the tiniest version. But Felix could still see each of them clearly stacking from tiny to big. This was just a subconscious training that he created to help him continue bettering himself even when he was training with other matters. Hence, he didn't give them much attention as his focus was already on eliminating a method after another in his mind. But after he reached the stacking method, those miniatures versions suddenly appeared like they were shimmering with light in his eyes. The more he looked at them revolving on his palm, the wider his eyes got and his heartbeats accelerated. Could it be that simple and I was just complicating it? Felix murmured with a tingle of hope in tone. Felix always thought that potency goes hands in hands with duration. It was a simple concept: the more potent the poison, the better its effects would be on the target. Hence, the duration would also increase correspondingly. However, what troubled him the most was how to increase the potency of the poison. So far, he attempted to merge different abilities with the same inducement, but nothing much changed but the merged ability size. He tried to merge a hypotension bomb with another, yet still only size changed. Those were just a couple of methods from 10 others that he had tested, but to no avail. However, after seeing the stacked miniatures versions, another idea came up in his mind that he never tried before. That was condensing the mist by merging multiple smaller versions of one ability into the ability's normal size. This was completely different than merging 2 abilities with the same size. Let's see how it goes with poison bombs. Felix stopped thinking about it and decided to go for it. If it failed, he had nothing to lose. If it succeeded, a new world of poison would open up to him. Do you think he will succeed? Asna asked J. Ramongandra, who was sitting across the chess table. The J. Ramongandra glanced at Felix, who was creating tiny poison bombs that were the size of candy and merging them with normal-sized bombs in his other hand. Since they were tiny, the size increase was barely noticeable. All I can say is that his thinking process is on the right path. The J. Ramongandra replied with a faint smile. Oh, so he will fail. Asna wondered while watching Felix continue creating tiny poison bombs non-stop. Upon seeing that the J. Ramongandra wasn't responding, Asna stopped asking him and just waited for the test. Thankfully, Felix stopped after merging more than 20 tiny bombs into one normal-sized one. However, it seemed like its size had increased eventually. That's why Felix stopped. He wanted to condense poisonous mist that was shaping up the bomb, not enlarge it. The hypotension bomb did appear like its color had gone from bloodish red to dark red, resembling a sphere of wine in Felix's hand. Felix stood up and walked towards a dummy AI. Instead of throwing the bomb, he made it hover in front of the dummy's face and explode it with a finger snap. Poof! Felix waved the condensed mist from his face while focusing on the black screen that was on the dummy AI's chest. He held his breath in hope while counting 5 seconds in his mind. Alas, the moment he counted 5, the black screen brightened up and showed Felix a disappointing result. Lost consciousness for 5 seconds. Chapter 379, A Different Approach. Sigh, another failure. Felix smiled bitterly while walking back to his place. He didn't know if he messed up something or the new method wasn't correct in the first place. But he wasn't planning on giving up on it without attempting every possible solution. However, he needed to check with the J. Ramongandra first if he was treading on the right path or not. Elder, what are your thoughts about my method? Felix inquired politely, is this the way to increase the poison potency? You are doing great. The J. Ramongandra complimented but said nothing else after. This was how he was teaching Felix about poison manipulation. J. Ramongandra let him explore it on his own, and when he was utterly blocked, the J. Ramungandr provides him with a small tip or advice to smoothen his path just slightly. When Felix ends up finding a method, he always checks if it was correct or not, lest he ends up giving up on the correct method and waste his time on the wrong ones. Hence, Felix was more than glad to receive positive confirmation. Now, he could continue exploring this method until he finally lands on the correct way to condense the mist and increase its potency. He knew that this was a big leap in his poison manipulation, since if he kept condensing the mist, he could turn it into liquid. But now, he didn't think about it and just focused on finding other ideas. He spent more than 5 hours on this matter until his brain was squeezed from every last drop of juice it had. Yet, all of his ideas turned to be a failure, leaving him scratching his hair in irritation and confusion. I tried to merge hundreds of tiny bombs until they reached a normal-sized bomb forcefully and their color was almost black. Yet, why did it also fail? Exhausted, Felix laid on his back and started gazing at the white ceiling of the room. He knew that he could tap out and ask the J. Ramungandr for the answer. He would give it to him since Felix had given up. But, Felix wasn't known for being a quitter and he still had a couple of hours to find a solution before the game. Minutes went by, then hours, and Felix merely kept his eyes closed while thinking slowly and rationally about everything he did in the past hours. Every small detail had been probed multiple times before Felix switched to another. He kept doing so until he realized a common theme that was connecting all of his merging attempts. The outside. He was merging the poison bombs externally. Holy shit, I am actually a retard. Felix's eyes snapped wide open as he jumped back on his feet. I am still in the inner manipulation stage, so why the f*ck am I trying to increase the potency of the poison outside of my body? Ashamed, he looked at his hands and used one to slap his cheek as hard as possible to awaken some common sense into him. Idiot! Ha ha ha! It only took you a couple of hours to figure it out. Upon hearing J. Ramungandra's usual laugh, Felix didn't know if he was being sarcastic or truly praised. Whatever it was, Felix didn't let it affect him, as he was glad that he got an indirect confirmation by the J. Ramungandr. He got quite excited to try it out. Alas, it wasn't as easy as he assumed. Usually, he needed to make an image of a tiny poison bomb in his mind and his energy would surge from his pores and shape it up on the outside. However, now he needed to order the energy to shape up the tiny poison bomb inside his body and keep it there while he continues creating others to merge them. All of this needed to be done inside his body. So it wasn't an easy process, since the moment Felix lost concentration about those first created bombs, the energy would break apart and continue swimming in his body. However, Felix had soon found out the trick to pull it off. That was by merging a bomb to another the moment he created them. This would always leave one bomb, which would make it easier not to lose focus on it. Just like this, Felix kept merging one bomb after another until he felt that the bomb had reached the size of a regular one. Immediately after stopping, Felix opened his eyes while extending his palm forward. He had already given the order for the bomb to emerge from his palm, and now he was gazing at the dark red mist that was coming out from his pores. He couldn't help but smile widely after seeing that the mist had gathered together to shape up a dark red bomb. It appeared exactly like the versions that he created hours ago, but Felix could sense that the mist was emitting chilling air unlike earlier. Felix grinned widely while walking towards the dummy AI. After reaching its side, Felix floated the bomb next to its face, made it explode. Poof! Both Asna and the J. Ramungandr lifted their heads to gaze at the small black screen with Felix. They didn't need to count, as Felix was doing so in his mind. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, haha, 9, it's working. 15. Felix laughed in pure delight while continuing to count in his mind. He already reached 20 seconds, yet the black screen still didn't display the poison details. Good job! Asna praised with a smile before cursing Felix. You are still an idiot though. Little Asna, you are not doing much better with your 597 loses to 5 victories. The J. Ramungandr playfully addressed Asna in her mind. Old snake! If you dared tell him about it, I would not play another game with you. Asna threatened with her cheeks flushed red. No one knew if she was angry or embarrassed by having such an abysmal loss ratio. Felix didn't hear any of their banter, and if he did, he most likely wouldn't bother mocking Asna for it. Currently, he enjoyed the euphoric feeling of actually solving an issue on his own instead of relying on others for answers. Nothing could beat that sense of satisfaction in one's own achievements. TI ring. Lost consciousness for 30 seconds. Possible permanent brain damage. Greater than 5 seconds more of the effect and the brain would have been dead. Good, good, good. Felix got even more excited after reading the negative effects of the poison on the brain. He always knew that each second someone was exposed to his poison inducement, they would be at the risk of receiving a permanent result. However, he could do so only if he kept refreshing the 5 seconds duration of his inducements by making the dummy ace stay in a poisonous aura or continue to throw bombs at it. In another sense, Felix's previous poison wasn't potent enough to take care of someone permanently by a single whiff unless he merged multiple inducements at once, like the corruption inducement. But with this new potency, all he needed was a single whiff and a single inducement to make one regret approaching him. A potent paralyze inducement dose could result in permanent body paralysis. A potent sleepiness inducement dose could make anyone sleep, unlike before where it could be overpowered easily. A potent dose of aphrodisiac could turn one like a horny dog for a minute or two, losing all reason and sense of oneself. The list goes on and on for each of Felix's inducements. This was the reason Felix was super excited, as he had crossed a milestone that no human had ever reached. He could feel that he was getting closer and closer to mastering the inner manipulation and move into the next stage. Let's try it again with another inducement and another shape. Felix reined in some of his elation and straightaway repeated the same process as before by merging thin needles inside his body. After a couple of seconds, he finished it and a dark blue thick needle had emerged from his palm. However, instead of feeling elated, Felix was frowning his eyebrows while looking at it. He realized that it wasn't so good that he needed a couple of seconds to increase a single needle's potency. How could he fight like that? Request his enemy to chill for a couple of seconds until he creates it. Elder, is the process supposed to be the C.U.Mbersum for every ability? Felix asked again, how am I supposed to increase the potency of larger scale abilities? I believe that would take ages. It's only C.U.Mbersum because you are creating one ability at each time before merging them. The J. Ramongandra advised casually, try to master combining hundreds of tiny bombs in a millisecond and your problem would cease to exist. Felix frowned his eyebrows after hearing so. He understood that the process wasn't going to be as easy as the J. Ramongandra had made it sound. Heck, he knew that it was going to be 100 times more difficult than his previous training to remove the delay. Elder, it's not like I don't want to train or anything, but is there another method to facilitate the process? Felix requested politely. In his eyes, if there was a better method of training, then it's a bonus, if not, he could only suck it up and start the grind. If you reach the second stage of poison manipulation, you can do the process of condensing the mist internally and also externally at the same time. The J. Ramongandra said. I see. Felix nodded his head in understanding. Then, he asked, how am I supposed to know that I have entered the second stage though? It's when you realize that you can't learn anything new from using internal energy. The J. Ramongandra informed, at your current state, there are many things that you haven't touched yet. Sigh, I guess I better start grinding then. Felix gave a tight-lipped smile while walking towards the dummy AI. Without further ado, he penetrated the needle inside the dummy's head and withdrew back a step. After waiting for half a minute, the results showed up on the screen. Felix's motivation to grind couldn't help but regain after seeing them. Senses disorientation lasted for 29 seconds. The nervous system connecting the senses had been permanently damaged. Chapter 380, The Barbarian Speech. Felix committed to the grind as he spent the remaining hours doing nothing but repeating the same process over and over again. Repetition and hard work was the key to mastering this technique, and Felix planned on dedicating 2 hours of his daily life to practice it. VRRR. Felix stopped his training after seeing that he received a message from George. After reading it, he yawned while stretching his arms behind his back. Let's end this game as fast as possible. The message stated that everyone was required to group in the conference room of the drop. Felix swiftly logged out and morphed his Obscurum suit to the main team's uniform. After so, he wore his seeker shoes and walked towards the conference room. He ended up meeting with Sylvia on the way. He caught up to her and they walked together while conversing about their opponent. So far, no one knew which planet they would be playing against. But they knew that it was already chosen a month ago. Unlike individual games where it didn't matter much to know the participants, in the planetary supremacy games that was forbidden. For a good reason. If planets knew their opponents beforehand, they could buy them off to win trade the game. This happened in the early days of the SG, where the SG Alliance members kept either buying each other off or making threats to lose the game purposefully. But, it got patched real quick and it stayed like this ever since. It was only possible to know their opponents in the game hall, where the connection to the outside world was cut off from the players. Naturally, this would also make it impossible for the viewers to know which planets would be facing each other. But if they followed only their planet, they could see when the game would start and its details. No one complained about it, since most of the viewers always were from the planets playing the game. In a short while, Felix and Sylvia reached the conference room, which shouldn't really be called one since it was just a podium placed in the open in front of hundreds of chairs. Alas, those chairs weren't taken by reporters from all over the world as ESG organization expected in the early days. Due to the COAs, airports were locked down and the ESG organization didn't feel like they should waste military force to bring some reporters. Hence, the conference room was filled with only the 100 team members and the drop's staff. However, it would be streamed live for the people who were in lockdown for over 4 months now. The world was depressed and everyone truly needed a win to recover morale. Did someone die? Felix murmured while taking a seat next to Olivia. She appeared quite nervous as she kept tapping her foot on the ground continuously. The rest weren't acting any better than her, as everyone was showing signs of agitation and worry on their faces. If Felix still had the infrared vision, he would have noticed that their hearts were beating out of their chest. No one was speaking. Even the staff members were affected by the mood and merely spoke telepathically to trouble the players even more. After spending a couple of minutes bathing in this gloomy-ass mood, Felix finally noticed Mr. Rodriguez and Jacob's arrival, the current council spokesperson. While their faces were exhibiting some signs of weariness and exhaustion, they were still smiling merrily. After they climbed the stage, Mr. Rodriguez said a couple of greeting words and how proud he was of the massive efforts they put into their training. Since Mr. Rodriguez was known for being strict and stingy in his praises, it meant a lot to those juniors. When he saw that he had earned all of their attention and none of them were dazing in their negative thoughts, Mr. Rodriguez extended his hand towards Jacob and said, "I will leave the stage to Mr. Jacob." Clap clap. Under the heartful applause of everyone, Jacob stood in front of the podium while fixing his tie. In front of him, there was an invisible hologram that was displaying a speech. Jacob took a good look at it for a few seconds before shaking his head and removing it from his face. Mr. Rodriguez arched his eyebrows immediately after seeing so. He knew what Jacob did and he was displeased by it, since that speech was written by professionals for a week now. "What are you doing? Just stick to the speech." Mr. Rodriguez sent a message. Jacob fully ignored the message and placed his hands on the podium's ends. He looked at the eyes of everyone in front of him and spoke with a solemn tone. "Today, history is going to be made." Those 7 words were all it took for every junior to feel their heart thump loudly. "We observe today, not just the beginning of a game but the true beginning of a new era. An era led by the newer generation and supported by the old generation." He paused for a second to regroup his thoughts and carried on with a tone that was raising slowly, "Hand in hand, we shall stride as one and work together to help our dear planet put its mark in the galaxy. No one knows of our existence on this little blue planet, and those who know, deep down look down on us and treat us as measly barbarians. We know that we lack in everything compared to the other civilizations and planets outside of our solar system. God knows that not a single day passes by me without dreaming about catching up to them and even surpassing them. Jacob tightened his fists on the podium as he continued his speech. They have multiple old bloodliners reaching peak 6th stage of replacement, they have technologies far surpassing what our minds can fathom, they have old history and heritage that was extending to millions of years. What about us? Jacob looked deeply at the juniors and the cameras, then repeated his question solemnly, what do we have? No one answered him as they were left stumped by his question. They were expecting to hear a speech all right, but no one anticipated that it would be striking their ego like this. What do Earthlings have? This question was resounding in the minds of the citizens, bloodliners, criminals, troops, and even the world leaders, who were watching the stream from their offices. The entire world's eyes were on this little stream since it was the only news streamed currently. Yet, no one managed to figure out an answer, which made them gloomy about the situation. The excitement that was risen earlier was started to die down in the hearts of the juniors. Just as it was about to snuff out utterly, Jacob clapped his hand once and said with a voice filled with una.d.u.l.terrated confidence and pride, "We have you." He lifted his hand slightly in the air and made it into a fist, "We have you. So lift your heads and puff out your chests in pride. You are our hope. You are our future. You are our pioneers in this era." He shouted the last part with such zeal and avidity, the bloodliners felt their blood get set on fire at once. Their hearts started pumping boiling blood in their body, making their ears reddened and cheeks flushed. Yet, Jacob wasn't done as he carried on shouting, uncaring about his ruined composure on live TV, "If they have better technologies, you will get them for us. If they have peak 6th stage bloodliners, you will reach the origin realm. If they have a longer heritage than us, then we will prevail for millions of years to come and make our blue planet's heritage spread into the tongues of everyone in the galaxy." Without taking a single breath between, Jacob lifted his fist high in the air and ended the speech with one last sentence packed with raw emotions, "We will show them that we are not barbarians." Hooah! Clap clap clap! Cheers followed by thunderous applause that spread far and wide, reaching outside of the dome and scaring some birds that were nesting on branches. The cities, towns, and villages had been risen from the ground by the deafening noise of the citizens screaming their anger, agitation, frustration, fear, and all of those negative emotions that had been clouding them for months now. At the start, the noise was just noise, but soon, everyone started chanting a short sentence at the top of their voices, uniting everyone together and making them feel like they were not alone. A sentence that resonated even in Felix's heart, who was bullied constantly in his previous life due to his earthling status in his clan. Just like Hina, Olivia, Leo, Ronaldinho, Zhonghui, and the rest of the team, Felix dropped his ego and stood up with them. Then he shouted out loud, harmonizing his voice with the entire world. "We are not barbarians. We are not barbarians. We are not barbarians." Chapter 381, Meeting Their Opponents. After a short while, the mood was brought down a level, but it was still heated, and Mr. Rodriguez didn't want to waste the opportunity where everyone was excited and eager to fight. "Head to the game center," he ordered them loudly while pointing his finger at a modern-looking building that was shaped as a pentagon. It was completely painted with creamy white color, making the blackboard above its automatic entrance stand out more. The game center. After Felix and the rest entered it, they were met with the sight of 20 VR pods placed neatly 2 meters next to each other. All of them were leaning against the walls, leaving the space in the middle empty. But it wasn't a matter of choice but budget. Since those 20 VR pods had costed the ESG organization 10 million SC. That's only due to them buying the cheapest generation in the marketplace, unlike the one in Felix's possession. "Please get in your pods," George requested while entering a pod of his own. In those types of games, the instructor was allowed to participate up close. He could even provide suggestions and choose to replace the players with the substitutes if he wanted. After the team got inside their pods, they automatically closed on them. Since the game was going to last only 90 minutes, there was no point in using the tubes or feeding them nutrition. "All ready?" George asked in the pod's intercom. "Yes." "Good, gather in my UVR's room," he informed while closing his eyes. A couple of seconds later, the 16 members of the team were standing in a circle around George. All of them were wearing a white-colored uniform while having blue strips at the side. This coloring scheme was meant at the start for the reserve team, but George had decided to make it for the main team since the Earth flag would pop out more. Meanwhile, on their back, each had their names and number in the team written in blue. Felix had chosen the number 10 since he was a central midfielder. But in reality, he didn't have a position as he was given the freedom to go where he liked in the field. "All right, listen up." George clapped his hands twice and said sternly, "We have only 10 minutes before we get teleported to the stadium. So, let's run one more time on the main plan in the field." Upon seeing that everyone was focusing on him, George manifested a mini football field and placed it horizontally. He snapped his finger and all the players were manifested on it. They were standing in their rightful positions. He pointed at Felix and said, "The moment any one of you caught the ball, prioritize passing it to Felix. If you couldn't, make sure to keep passing it between you non-stop so they wouldn't be able to target you with abilities." George warned, "No matter what you do, never hold into the ball for more than 10 seconds. We don't know about our foes, but their strength isn't to be taken lightly. If you don't want to die, don't greed for glory or goals. Understood?" "Yes." After so, George kept addressing the rest of the plan that hopefully would help them win the game. Sometime later, George concluded the meeting after noticing that only 1 minute was left before they teleported to the game hall. He waved his hand at the messy mini football field and extended his arm forward. Without needing to be told, everyone followed his lead and placed their hands on top of each other. The last one was Olivia's pale hand, making everyone laugh at how small it was compared to the rest. "I am not healing any of you," Olivia threatened while pouting. That did the trick as no one made a squeal at her anymore. Olivia was literally going to be their Lord Savior inside the game, and if she decided to leave someone to die after heavy injury, no one could stop her. Naturally, Olivia would never do such a thing, but she didn't have any issue using it as a threatening method. She might still be pure and somewhat naive, but she was getting aggressive by the second, and Felix loved it. "Stop terrorizing them, little Oli." George coughed and said, "Earthling team on the count of 3. 3, 2, 1, Earthling team." Whoosh whoosh. Inside an ancient-looking lobby that somewhat resembled the previous ones where Felix had attended, multiple bodies started constructing above an artistic red carpet. Felix, who was already used to the process by now, simply opened up his eyes and immediately walked towards the corner. However, he soon froze after recalling that he was in a PSG game and he needed to make sure that he appeared like a newbie instead of someone who was used to the routine. Shit, that was a close one. Felix swiftly started acting fascinated like the rest who were inspecting the area around them. Soon, his eyes landed on 17 people he had never seen before, standing right across from them. Besides one man, they were all wearing a football uniform that was half red half blue right from the middle. Just like he was looking at them, they were also scrutinizing them with their eyes. "Does anyone knows which planet had that flag?" Sylvia sent a message while narrowing her icy blue eyes at a flag that had a burning torch while the background was blue and red. What's weird about the torch was that the flame was held by a handle made of ice. "Their planet is called Salvadoro. Let me look for their details." George sent a message while burying his head in his hologram, not wanting to waste a single second entering a staring contest with their opponents. Those couple minutes before the MC make an appearance should be taken advantage to scout their opponents' details, since they would be given at most 15 minutes of scouting period after the Q&A. Unlike the ISG where the MC always gives 1 hour of free time to make alliances, in the PSG that wasn't possible unless multiple teams were participating in one game. Thankfully, the moment they entered the game hall, they were given the name of their opponent. This made it much easier to find out the public knowledge about their planet and citizen. In a minute or two, George stopped reading and summarized his most important discoveries to the team. Only after hearing him out, did they understand the meaning of their flag. It turned out their planet had a unique tough climate to live in. They only 2 seasons in each year. Winter and summer. In winter, the weather could get as cold as -20 degrees Celsius, making it possible to freeze to death if one wasn't clothed enough. Meanwhile, in summer the heat could surpass 50 degrees Celsius for straight 6 months, turning the planet into a furnace. All of this caused by the unique orbit that their planet had around their star. For half a year the planet gets a bit too close to the sun while in the other half, the planet strays further away. Yet, the planet was still habitable. Well, barely due to the lack of plants and water sources that were being drained daily. If it wasn't for some plants and life forms that had evolved to adapt to the environment, those humans wouldn't have anything to eat on that planet. However, the food situation might be handled, but the Salvadorians still struggled to live in that hellish environment. It was so bad that 1 out of 10 babies survives through the first month. That's only if they didn't straightaway die in the womb. This caused the population of the Salvadorians to be at only 100 million on the entire planet. However, on the bright side, those babies who survived were equipped with the proper evolutionary traits to survive the next years to come. After hearing so, Olivia and the rest didn't know if they should feel bad for the shitty life of the Salvadorians or worried about their strength. They knew that it was almost impossible for those warriors who battle through life and death for survival each day would find it difficult to reach peak first stage of replacement. While they were thinking like this, the Salvadorian instructor informed his team about planet Earth details. Upon hearing about Earth's peaceful atmosphere and the abundant resources that seemed never to run out, those juniors couldn't help but exhibit signs of jealousy and hatred, especially when they heard about their wasteful way of handling food. All of this was written properly by the Queen after the Council had sold their data. Rein your emotions. Don't let them see that you envy them. That would place us automatically below them. A red-skinned man with 2 brown horns protruding from the side of his black hair sent a message while looking indifferently at Felix and rest. Yes, Captain Drago. His team closed their eyes and took deep breaths for a second or two. After their eyes were snapped open, only a hint of fierceness was left in them, making Olivia and the rest feel like they were marked as prey by predators. Meanwhile, Felix merely scratched his cheek in boredom while glancing at the podium, wondering who would be their MC in the game. So, he is the captain? A typical self-entitled prick. Drago arched his eyebrows in displeasure after seeing Felix's bored expression, like he didn't want to be here. Whatever, it's even better this way. Drago smirked while gazing at Felix with una.d.u.l. Terated killing intent. People like him are always the easiest to kill due to their c.o.c. keenness. Son, hide your killing intent. A middle-aged man with a long scarlet beard patted Drago's shoulder while shaking his head. Don't make your intentions obvious lest they end up finding out about it. Too bad, his warning came a bit late as Felix had immediately noticed Drago's murderous intent right from the start. However, instead of turning his head and staring back, Felix merely kept doing whatever he was doing. Nevertheless, evil thoughts were coursing in his mind. How should I play with him? Chapter 382, The Game's Rules. A few minutes later, everyone's attention was brought up to the podium after the sudden emergence of a burly man with an unkempt blonde beard and hair. He appeared like he just woke up after spending the entire night doing nothing but drinking. The first thing he did after showing up was stretching his thick hairy arms behind his back while yawning widely, exposing his yellow teeth. Both teams were left speechless by the sight, as they had never seen such a look in the UVR before. After all, who would pick personally to appear ungroomed and ugly in the UVR where you just need to pay a couple of coins and obtain a somewhat handsome face? Are we that low in rank to get assigned a homeless as a judge? Leo sent a message that explained everyone's emotions right now. Alas, the homeless-looking man didn't bother by the looks he was receiving as he simply lowered a big screen behind his back and turned it on. He looked at them with eyelids drooped like he was about to fall asleep anytime and started speaking in a lazy manner. I am Tyson, your judge, and I don't like wasting time, so I won't explain anything about the PSG streaming rules. Since both teams were actually on their first game ever based on reading their profile, it was expected that the MC would give them a quick rundown on the rules. But Tyson seemed too lazy to even open his eyes properly. They wondered how was he supposed to judge and hype the stadium with his attitude, but no one made a sound of complaint. They had already read everything that needed to be known about the PSG. The streaming revenue and how it was split was one of them. The splitting process was somewhat the same as the ISG but different at the same time. First, the winning percentage was 10% from 100% instead of 3% since the reward goes to the team and the planet instead of just an individual. That percentage gotten after the win would be split based on contribution between the players and also the planet. Based on the contract that the team had signed, they would have 3% while the planet 7%. The contribution system was being handled by the Queen instead of humans, making it easier to not cheat someone out of his money. The contribution system in the game could be anything that benefits the team in winning the game. For example, in this game, if Felix scored the most goals, eliminated the most players, and was active for the entire duration of the game, he would definitely earn a larger percentage than his teammates. Naturally, if the team didn't like using this system, they could totally deactivate it and handle the splitting process on their own. Meanwhile, for the viewership revenue, recordings, etc., it goes straight to the Planet Bank account. No one could get access to it alone, not even Felix had the right. The only way to withdraw coins from it was by making a unanimous decision in the council after setting the reason why the amount was going to be withdrawn for. It could be for ordering space.I.P.S, building space elevators, buying space mines, exploring new planets, etc. Whatever it was, it needed to benefit the planet as a whole instead of making the money goes into the pockets of those leaders. That 7% from the win would also be put in this bank. Due to the Queen's existence, it was impossible for any leader to steal a single coin from the withdrawn amount since they had a strict contract that forbade them from embezzlement. With that, the team members could risk their lives knowing that the planet was benefiting as a whole from their efforts and not some greedy corrupted politicians. The rules of the game are simple: score most points and you win the game. If a team had less than 5 players total, the game would automatically end in favor of the opposite team. If a team felt that it was hopeless to win the game, you have the right to forward your surrender to me. I will judge if it's eligible to accept it or not. Tyson mentioned in one breath before yawning widely. He pointed at the rules that were written on the screen and said, "You can ask your questions now." Although everyone was baffled at how Tyson jumped straight into the Q&A segment, they didn't let it affect them much as they had many questions that needed to be addressed. However, not everyone lifted their hands as only Drago and Sylvia did so. It was only natural that Felix had passed the rights to be the spokesperson of the team to Sylvia as he was too lazy to even ask a question in his individual games. He only wanted the captain role to receive special treatment and also have real weight in his words when he addresses the council. "You with the horns, be quick." Tyson nodded his head slightly at Drago. Drago coughed to clear his throat and spoke with a deep voice, sounding like an old man in his 50s, "I want to know if the referee is going to be you or a ghost referee like most team sports games." Ghost referee was simply a reference to a holographic humanoid AI who would be joining the game with them. Since he was a hologram, he wouldn't have any negative impact on the game. Plus, because he was an AI, there would be fewer mistakes in giving out yellow cards or red cards. "I am too lazy to do it." Tyson gave an indirect answer and snapped his finger, showing them a hologram of a version of himself that was wearing a yellow shirt and black shorts. He had a whistle around his neck and was holding a red and a yellow card. After so, he pointed at Sylvia and gave her permission to ask. May I know if the penalty of touching the ball with a hand would be applicable even to players who accidentally touched the ball? She paused and clarified, I mean if someone got hit by the ball in his hands intentionally by the other party to offset the penalty. George and the rest of the team held their breaths in anticipation, hoping that he would say yes since they had an entire synergy built on this strategy. Alas, Tyson shook his head firmly and explained, accidents can happen in a football match that allowed battles. It wouldn't be fun to spectate you guys trying to hit each other with the ball to offset the penalty instead of aiming for goals. Sigh, I guess this game is going to be exactly as the ones we scouted in the UVR. George was a bit downcast at the idea of losing a superb synergy, but it is what it is. Tyson turned to the Drago and gave him permission to ask with a finger. Do we need to deliver the injured teammates to the corners to be healed, or are they going to be automatically teleported? Drago wondered. The former. Next question. In the case of losing both the goalkeeper and the substitute, can we make a defender be the goalkeeper? Sylvia asked. Anyone can be the goalkeeper after the death of the first two. Tyson added lazily, the first to step into the penalty area would be given the position. Everyone nodded their heads in understanding besides Olivia, who was promising the expressionless Noah that she wouldn't let him die. Next, be quicker. Who decides if a goal is normal or stylish? Drago asked. Me. Tyson smiled for the first time. Goals that amaze me will be given 2 points and the rest just 1 point. No one showed signs of disgruntlement as they knew that Tyson wouldn't cheat them purposefully from their points. After all, he signed a strict contract forbidding him from being biased to any team or individual. Next. How many points do we get for a normal goal, stylish goal, assist, and successful block? Sylvia asked. Normal goals reward you with 200 GP, stylish with 400 GP, assist with 100 GP, successful block with 400 GP. He said. Next. How are we going to decide who would have the first possession of the ball? Drago asked. I guess we can go with a coin flip. Tyson replied. Next. Do we get 1 minute to celebrate after the goal, or has it been changed? Sylvia asked. Every rule about the game is exactly the same as other ones in the platform. Tyson growled, if you have seen them, don't bother me with the same questions. Next. What's the unique individual title and team title in the game? Drago asked, jumping straight to a question that was related to only this game. Tyson's cloudy eyes brightened up a bit as he replied, for individual title, you need to eliminate 10 players by using the ball only. It's called the Ball Reaper. Yeah, no thank you. Felix cringed the moment he heard the title. However, the others were clearly excited about it since this was the first title they could contest for. Meanwhile, for the team title, you need to win the game without getting scored it. It's called the Dominators. Oh, that's a good one. Felix liked the sound of it, but he soon shook his head as he knew that it was impossible to avoid getting scored unless the game ended in its first 10 minutes or so. After all, Noah's energy wasn't infinite and he needed to know which kicks to stop and which ones to leave them to get inside. Tisk, next. Upon waiting for a couple of seconds and seeing that no one was raising his hand, Tyson quickly stood up from his leaning position and said, I will be going to the stadium. You have 15 minutes to interact. And if anyone brought the matter of losing intentionally, you won't like the outcome. Before his threat finished echoing in the lobby, he was already gone. He left behind him an awkward silence that was probably not going to be broken for the entire duration. After all, what's the point of interacting and faking friendliness when they were about to kill each other? It was much better to take advantage of those minutes to continue scouting for information. That's what everyone did, as the two instructors had given tasks to their team. Some were tasked to find more about the captains and some were tasked to find about the goalkeeper. Everyone was doing their utmost effort to pull as much info as possible from the network. After 5 minutes, George stopped them and told them to report on their discoveries. His expression got ugly immediately after finding out that everyone on the opposite team had awakened with epic bloodline and replaced it with another epic one. The worst part, all of them were peak first stage bloodliners. His worst nightmare had ended up manifesting in the first game. Chapter 383, Being Looked Down Upon. Guys, play safely in the field. Gorge sent a warning while massaging his eyebrows. They are tougher than we expected. Everyone nodded their heads with hardened expressions. After they read about the small population of the Salvadorians and the hellish environment they were living in, they figured that their planet data wouldn't even be close to what Earth had traded with the Queen. Hence, they shouldn't have that many coins to buy epic bloodlines for the entire team. But their prejudice turned to be false, as the Salvadorians must have gotten either an equal capital or one higher than the Earthlings. Their small population and unison made it easier to take advantage of those resources, unlike Earthlings. Besides Sylvia and Felix, they are stronger than us by 600 BF, George informed, not mentioning other enhancements to their energies. So, never underestimate them. The team kept taking glimpses in dread at the Salvadorians while listening to George. Meanwhile, Drago and his team were having the opposite reaction after reading about the Earthling team's average strength. Haha, they must have only a couple of peak first bloodliners. An elegant man with extremely long blue hair stretching behind him for a couple of meters laughed in his mind while sending a message. Don't underestimate all of them, Bummer. Drago arched his eyebrows while staring at Felix. They might be weak, but their captain is the strongest player here. Tisk, he might have received a legendary enhancement, but he must be still at greater purity. Bummer argued intelligently, based on their information, he can't reach peak first stage in only 4 months. That meant without him using his semi-morphing, he has the same strength as us. He can't keep it active for 90 minutes. Bummer is right. The instructor supported, you should be cautious about him but not overly so. This is a team battle and the first thing you guys need to do was not aim for goals but try to eliminate his teammates to force him into wasting his energy so he wouldn't be a threat anymore. Who should we aim at? The Salvadorians grinned fiercely while discussing who would be their first prey of the game. Meanwhile, George and the rest were planning what to do if they won the coin flip. Based on their hidden glints as they glanced at the Salvadorians, they also weren't meaning well. Ladies and gentlemen, please give your loudest applause to the Earthling team and the Salvadorian team. Tyson, who appeared ugly and lazy in the game hall, was now a completely different person as he had one of the prettiest faces in the game. While his voice was loud enough, it resounded in the stadium. The stadium was exactly like what George had envisioned in his UVR's room. It was a typical green football field while encased inside a humongous glass dome. The only difference would be the addition of the stands around the football field. There were layers to the stands, reaching up to 7 layers. Yet, all of them were packed to the brim with fans either wearing those two teams' outfits or not. Unsurprisingly, the majority were actually randoms who simply loved watching this type of game instead of buying a ticket to support any of the teams. This was exactly like Felix's first bronze game, where most spectators weren't really in it for the players but simply because they loved watching racing format. The Earthling team. I bet on you to win it. Salvadorians, please score 12 points under 10 minutes. Hopefully, this game will be more exciting than the last one. Each fan expressed their reason for being here and most of them were clamoring about the bets they had placed on this game. Since both teams never played a game before, the odds were even. However, the odds for special bets were different since it would be hard to land on them. Like betting on the death of Felix in 3 minutes or such. Since the players were forbidden from betting on themselves or the team they were representing, Felix had given his grandfather 100 million SC to make a bet on the team winning. He didn't tell him to do it for him since the Queen would block the attempt. However, Robert was smart enough to understand Felix's intentions without needing Felix to word it out. Since the odds were 1.5 to 1.5, Felix would be earning extra 50 million SC if he won the bet. Which wasn't that big of an amount, but Felix didn't want to give his grandfather hundreds of millions or billions lest he ends up scaring him to death. Whoa, it sure is lively here! Hina exclaimed with her eyes widened at the tens of millions of viewers cheering for them to win their bets. She was standing inside the central circle of the field with everyone else who got teleported here. Although they were standing near each other, they were actually separated by the halfway line, making them each stand on a different side of the field. Is it only me who is getting pumped by the atmosphere? Leo commentated with his fists tightened in excitement and thrill. Some of his teammates were getting affected by the atmosphere like him, while some didn't show much of a reaction like Noah, Sylvia, and Felix. Let's see what our dear teams had to say about their planets. Tyson said while jumping from the commentary table and smashing into the green field after his body went through the glass ceiling. When Felix and the rest saw his new appearance, they got even more baffled by his quirkiness, making them somewhat believe that he had a split personality or something like that. Alas, Tyson didn't want to entertain their looks as he simply walked towards Drago and shoved the mic in his face. Captain, can you share with us a short introduction of your planet and culture? It's always fascinating to know more about the culture of newly discovered primitive planets. Mr. Rodriguez, Jacob, the world leaders, Maxwell elders, and everyone else who was watching the game felt like their hearts was set on fire after being referred to as primitives again. Looking at Tyson's casual expression as he asked so, they understood that he meant nothing wrong with it. Calling newly discovered civilizations primitives was a natural occurrence and not an insult. Even the millions of Salvadorians who were watching the stream reacted like earthlings. They might be opponents, but they were in the same shoes in this situation. While Drago was introducing his planet with a fierce gaze aimed at Tyson, Felix examined the spectators with his enhanced eyesight, making him see that all of them had an air of superiority while looking down at him and the rest. Some of them were even yawning in boredom, not wanting to listen to the Salvadorians' heritage. If it was the Alexander Kingdom team or the Mariana Empire team, they wouldn't have shown those expressions even if they heard them repeating the same shit over and over again. Felix merely grinned slightly while withdrawing his gaze back to Drago, who was about to finish. Naturally, Felix didn't like it one bit that his planet was being treated in disregard, but he preferred doing something to change it instead of whining. Hence, when Tyson shoved the mic in front of his face and asked him the same question, Felix didn't even bother mentioning the Earthling's heritage. He just fed him some useless words and forced him to switch targets to Sylvia, who didn't hesitate to start talking about the planet's heritage. Before long, the 30 minutes of the interviews had concluded after Tyson went on and got a couple of words from Bamur, Leo, Olivia, George, and a few more. Thankfully, he didn't pick Noah. All right, substitutes and instructors, you can go now. Tyson snapped his finger and teleported those mentioned outside of the dome. Before they knew it, they were already sitting on comfortable benches right behind the glass. Meanwhile, Tyson had created a golden coin with a crown at the back and a number on the front. He showed it to Felix and Drago and said, "Crown or number?" "Crown," Drago said first. Tyson glanced at Felix and saw that he was okay with whatever. Thud, he swiftly flipped the coin in the air before catching it on the back of his palm. "It's number," Tyson proclaimed loudly while zooming the camera on the coin for the viewers. Immediately after hearing so, Leo and the rest showed elated expressions while Felix simply grinned faintly. But Drago and his teammates didn't notice anything weird about their reaction, since they would have reacted the same. Soon, everyone's attention was focused on Tyson, who had snapped his finger and created a holographic image of himself. Then, he created a white ball that was striped with yellow lines and had the SG logo written in the Universal Common Language appearing like this. Tyson went and placed the ball on the central white point of the field and shouted, "You can take your positions now." Chapter 384, The First Kick. Upon hearing so, everyone split up and walked towards their positions. Felix didn't have to go far as he simply stood right outside of the central circle. He was facing the ball exactly while having at least 10 meters between them. Meanwhile, Rolandinho and Leo were sandwiching the ball from left and right, preparing for the kickoff. As for Olivia and Sophia, they sprinted towards their corners. After they reached it, they simply entered through the transparent small dome that allows only them and the injured to enter it. Upon seeing that everyone was standing in their positions, Tyson pointed his finger at the glass ceiling and said, the time and the score would be written there. The moment everyone lifted their heads, they noticed that the board was written like this: Earthling Team Midnight Salvadorian Team. Meanwhile, for the viewers, they had their own big screen outside of the dome to read the details in it. The match will begin in 30 seconds at the sound of the whistle. Tyson said so while teleporting back into the commentary table. After he got comfortable, he brought the mic closer to his mouth and started doing his job. It seems like the Earthlings had chosen a flexible all-rounded 4-3-2 formation while the Salvadorians had decided to play offensively with their 3-3-3 formation. That's all he had to say since it was too soon to guess the intentions and plan each team had prepared for this game. Meanwhile, Felix and the rest were looking at the placement of each foe. They weren't surprised by some of them since they could guess who would be the healer, defender, midfielder, and striker based on their abilities. However, they were quite astonished when they noticed that the long-haired bummer was actually the goalkeeper, as they expected that he would be a striker. It seems like the data we read was outdated. Don't rely on it too much and just stick to the plan. Sylvia sent a message while glancing at the 10 seconds countdown. Just like they were discussing telepathically, Drago was informing the three strikers to bombard either Rolandinho or Leo after the kickoff. He was standing right behind him, making it obvious that he was a central midfielder like Felix. 5. 4. Meanwhile, the viewers never failed the countdown tradition as they kept yelling harmoniously each number until they reached 1. Peeb. Immediately after hearing the referee whistle, Leo tapped the ball to Rolandinho, who in turn did the unexpected as he gave a short pass in direction of Felix. Short in the sense that the ball wasn't going to make it to Felix. Yet, those two didn't care about it as they swiftly activated their escape abilities and cleared the path for Felix, who had just finished his semi-morphing. Kill him! Drago ordered loudly for the three strikers to switch their aggro from Leo and Rolandinho to Felix since the ball was clearly going to be in his possession. Alas, before his voice could even resound in his teammates' mind, Felix had already teleported in front of the ball and smashed it with his footbridge by using 50% of his total strength. Then, there was no then. The ball had disappeared from existence for a split second before emerging again at the embrace of the opposite goalpost net. It could be seen that the ball was revolving like there was no tomorrow, trying its best to penetrate the net and emerge from the other side. However, no one was actually looking at it as their eyes were still affixed on Felix's foot that was emitting smoke from friction. Boom! Poof! Before they could even comprehend what's in God's name had just happened, the noise produced from the entire sequence had collapsed on everyone's ears at once, making the Salvadorians near the action close them reflexively. Too bad, Bummer didn't even need to close his ears as they were fully ruined after the ball wheezed closely by his head. Only blood was streaming down his earlobes and a beeping noise was heard in his ears, making him question his sanity since he managed to see nothing before he went deaf. Although his eardrums were punctured, he could still hear his heartbeats that were accelerating rapidly. It wasn't because of his situation but the sight of a flying headless corpse that was heading in his direction while spewing a fountain of blood everywhere. Thud! Thud! The instant it landed, the corpse rolled tens of times due to the momentum until it stopped 1 meter in front of Bummer while lying on its back. Impossible, I must be dreaming, this can't be happening. Bummer's elegance was no more as his eyes were widened in disbelief at the sight of their striker name written boldly on the uniform's back above a number. Drinan. After the wave of disbelief withdraws a second later, it was followed by a bone-chilling fear that chilled his heart and made him feel like he was standing fully nude on a mountain's peak. He fought many battles against the life forms on his planet for survival and securing food for his family. Hence, he could be considered as a veteran warrior before his planet was found by extraterritorial. But, at this instant, he felt like his bladder was about to give in subconsciously and make him piss his pants in horror after realizing that his life was saved by merely an inch. Literally. Peeb. The moment the ball stopped rotating and fell into the grass, the AI referee whistled expressionlessly while extending his hand towards the Salvadorian's goalpost. Hooah! Dear God, that was the fastest kill recorded in a game. F*C came sideways, he almost scored 2 people and the ball from a single kick. How could he kick supersonic balls? Isn't that possible only to those with peak second stage strength? The stadium abruptly rose on its feet at the uproar that was risen after the viewers regained their wits at the sound of the whistle. Not in their wildest dreams would have they considered that the match was going to start in such an unbelievable manner. Ha ha ha, good shit Felix. Thrilled, Robert shouted thunderously while waving a cheering gadget that resembled a finger. He was standing in the front seats while wearing a t-shirt that had a picture of Felix while he was a little kid. If Felix saw it, he would have died of embarrassment. Next to him were the elders, seniors, even juniors of the family all cheering at the top of their voices. They didn't give a shit that Felix had literally just killed a man since they heard loud and clear that Drago had ordered for Felix's death. Even without it, they would still not react excessively since they understood what the games represent and how dangerous could get for anyone willing to participate. Felix Maxwell had asserted his dominance in the first second of the game. For a goal like this, 2 points are rewarded. Tyson commentated passionately while replaying the highlight in slow motion. Only after doing so did the viewers see the entire sequence of the kick and how did the ball end up killing Drennan and scoring a goal. Even after seeing it, they didn't know if Felix had intentionally targeted Drennan or not since he was standing right in line with the goalpost. He truly was standing at the wrong place and at the wrong time. Peeb. The moment the replay was finished, the referee whistled again, but this time it was for the Salvadorian players to kick off the ball. A minute of goal celebration had already finished and Felix spent it high-fiving his excited teammates. Right now, it was the Salvadorians who were wasting time, which should be unbelievable in normal situations. Alas, seeing their emotional turmoil that was written all over their faces was an obvious sight of being lost. Who could blame them? They just lost a teammate and were left in horror by how easy it was. They knew that if it was them, they would have died all the same. Upon seeing Felix's indifferent face while returning to his position, they couldn't help but start dreading being around him and especially in front of him. Get you shit together. Furious, Drago yelled with veins throbbing in his neck while pointing at his dazed teammates. After the initial shout, he switched to the Queen messaging system and started firing off orders in a cool-headed manner. Hazia and Agrer, kick off the F***ing ball before we get penalized. Bummer, stop standing like a retard and go heal your ears. Sir. Ralval, quickly send a substitute. The Salvadorians did exactly what they were told after breaking out of their absent-mindedness. They knew that it was pointless to have any type of hesitation now, as that would mean getting themselves killed. Play the ball defensively until Bummer gets his ears healed. We will plan what we will do by then. Chapter 385, Fighting Back. By the time Drago's voice resounded in their ears, the ball was already kicked between the strikers then towards him. Drago didn't keep the ball on him for even a second as he heeled it towards the defenders. They are trying to buy time for their goalkeeper. Ronaldinho asked telepathically while standing next to Felix, do we rush them, Captain? Felix scratched his cheek while looking at the Salvadorians that were passing the ball between each other in merely split seconds. Nah, Felix waved his hand lazily, we will be just wasting our time running like fools after the ball. Just prepare your abilities and try to steal the ball after they turn to offense. Got it. Everyone gave a slight head nod in agreement and kept focusing on the Salvadorians, who never brought the ball to even midfielders. What a good healing speed! Tyson praised loudly after seeing that Bummer had exited the corner dome and sprinted towards his post while dragging his 5 meters blue hair behind his back. The blood on his face was dried and he seemed like he was in perfect shape. Let's return the favor and kill their goalkeeper. Drago sent a message while glaring murderously at Felix, who had already deactivated his semi-morphing straight after the kick. Whoosh! The moment the order was given, a Salvadorian midfielder was given possession of the ball, and he morphed into some sort of a vulture with his black bony wings and long bent talons, emerging from his shoes. Hokel, take it to the air! Drago ordered while sprinting with the three strikers towards the Earthling team field side. Upon seeing that Hokel was rushing into their goalpost while holding into the ball with his talons, Felix and the rest automatically entered a counter-defensive plan that was created to block any kind of synergy revolving around the air. Starting with Sylvia, who unfolded her butterfly wings and took off gracefully into the sky, wanting to force Hokel to drop the ball. Meanwhile, Zhonghui and Hina backed to the penalty area while extending their hands forward, clearly preparing to block any scoring attempt. William Bentley, who was the fourth defender, dashed forward while having his arm morphed into a grey violin. His target? One of the approaching strikers. He wasn't planning on attacking him but just boxing him out. That meant the moment the ball was passed to him, William would be able to cast his abilities straight away. He wasn't the only one doing so but the entire team besides Zhonghui and Hina. Each was boxing their marked opponent and Felix was naturally placed against Drago. Is he going to pass the ball to you? Felix asked warmly while sprinting beside the furious Drago, who wanted to do nothing but turn Felix into ashes. Alas, unless the ball was in his possession, he could only hold into his rage and continue ignoring the taunts of this tumor beside him. Come on, trust me, and don't make him pass you the ball, you will die. Felix advised with an honest smile. Whoosh whoosh. While Felix was being himself and antagonizing Drago for the fun of it, Sylvia and Hokel had already entered a mid-air battle of ice. Hokel was releasing from his palms ice cones that were sharp and also capable of exploding during contact. However, Sylvia kept evading them in a refined manner, appearing both badass and beautiful to the onlookers. She wasn't just dodging but also counter-attacking with expanding icy swords, forcing Hokel to remove any thought of passing her. She still had the passive since it was unlocked in her current bloodline instead of the replaced one. This B***TCH. Hokel kept glaring fiercely at Sylvia from behind a shield made of ice that was protecting him from those swords. Meanwhile, Sylvia was frowning slightly as she didn't like the fact that her abilities were not doing damage to that shield. Well, it was doing damage as the shield kept cracking once in a while but it also kept recovering to its original version. She knew that was the doing of Hokel's energy infusion. However, she was merely displeased but not as agitated as Hokel since he could see that his teammate had already reached their positions and they were being marked by each Earthling. The more he got delayed the worse it could get for them since he could see that Hina and Zhonghui had already erected the first defensive formation. It was based on the oceanic wall engulfing the metallic wall, making it even harder to penetrate it by Screamer. 1. Cap, should I use my peak ability now? Hokel asked for permission telepathically. Do it. No need to hold into it for the other synergy. Drago ordered while gritting his teeth. We must score to raise morale again. We must. Got it. The moment Hokel received a confirmation, he smirked at Sylvia while snapping his finger behind the shield's cover. SSHSHS. Blue particles started to emerge from his pores and shaping up into an icy polar bear sculpture. Yet, the particles didn't stop from surging outside of his body and shaping up into more sculptures. By the time he finished, there were more than 10 of them hovering behind him. He summoned 10 icy golems mid-air. Tyson commentated in wonder while looking at Hokel's sweaty forehead. How is he going to make use of them when he is having difficulty keeping them floating beside him with his mental energy? It was common sense that mental energy shouldn't be used to control golems since it was too draining and also not worth the effort. After all, he would need to control them like puppeteers and Sylvia wasn't that trash to get hit by flimsy attacks. Regardless, she didn't let down her guard as she kept pressuring Hokel and his sculptures with those icy swords. Boom boom. The noise produced from the contact was loud all right, but the results were still disappointing since not a single crack had appeared on those sculptures. Sylvia had a bad feeling after seeing her attack's ineffectiveness. I dare you to block my path now. Hokel sneered out loud while controlling those large icy polar bears to cover him from every direction, literally. Shit. Sylvia couldn't help but curse in her mind after seeing that only tiny gaps were left behind, making it almost impossible for her expanded icy swords to enter inside. She recognized that if she made them smaller, they wouldn't make any difference since Hokel was still hiding behind that shield. He is using the sculptures as a meat shield. Excited, Tyson shouted loudly while standing from his seat. Felix and the rest instantly realized that Sylvia wasn't going to stop him as her abilities weren't centered on destructiveness or heavy damage. Edaf, can you hit him with your solar beam? Felix questioned in his mind while watching Hokel fly towards the goalpost in a slower manner than before. But he would reach it eventually since Sylvia was clearly not capable of stopping him. No, Edaf shook his head with a grim expression, he is 100 meters in the sky. That's too far for my ability. All right, prepare your ability and attack him the moment he gets too near the goalpost. Felix ordered him while snapping his finger. He is bound to get close as he can't kick the ball from that distance, especially with his talons. Understood. When he received Edaf's confirmation, Felix already had a high-potential bomb hovering on his palm. However, due to him being near Drago, it was impossible to hide it from him. Hokel, hold your breaths. Drago shouted a warning in his mind after seeing that Felix had entered his semi-morphing. Even a retard could guess Felix's intentions, and that saddened him since if he was wearing his hoodie, he could have created his bombs inside his pockets. Whoosh! Whoosh! Although Felix's intentions were figured out, he still pitched the red bombs with 50% of his strength, making their trajectory somewhat visible to the players. Felix knew that by using 50%, he would always have strength near peak second stage bloodliners, which was an understandable boost. Poof p, of. The Salvadorians scoffed when they saw that Felix's bombs had ended up landing on a polar bear sculpture. One of them was close to entering the gap, but it still failed. It's up to you guys. Felix decided to trust his teammates instead of trying acid inducement since he knew that it wasn't going to corrode the ice fast enough to make a difference. Because he showed them that he could use only toxic claws and miasma swamp, he truly couldn't do much in this situation. Leave it to me. Edaf Acharya sent a message with a solemn expression while dashing towards the goalpost just like the rest. Only Leo and Rolandinho didn't move since they were always needed to be at front of the formation to kick off a counter-attack if the team secured possession of the ball. After all, there was no offside in elemental football. That's why the Salvadorians had left their defenders behind. The moment Edaf reached the penalty area, Hokel was in his way of descending towards the goalpost. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. Now. Immediately after seeing that Hokel was in range, Edaf tapped his finger on the sun tattoo on his forehead and pointed it above his head at one of the polar bear sculptures. Everyone who was focusing on him saw that his finger was getting redder and redder until a concentrated beam of heat was released from it, appearing like a red laser. Boom! The polar bear sculpture got its forehead penetrated by the beam before it exploded into ice fragments raining down on Zhonghui and Hina, who were right beneath it. However, before anyone could celebrate removing one of those meat shields, they were horrified to see that Hokel wasn't holding into an ice shield anymore but was holding into an ice-made scythe weapon. Oh no! He is not planning to kick the ball but ram it in forcefully by himself. Panicked, George shouted while jumping from his bench at the horrifying sight. Screamer, an extremely fast ball that was fired from outside of the penalty area. Chapter 386, Give it up. It's not worth it. George understood that with Hokel's momentum, Noah would be in great danger if he tried to stop him on his own. Sylvia and the rest realized so as well, but it was already too late since only Edaf had enough penetrative power to destroy those sculptures. Johnson had fog abilities, Sylvia already tried and failed, William was a sound elementalist, and lastly, Hina and Zhonghui didn't have offensive range abilities. The only two capable of making a difference were Leo and Rolandinho, but they were hundreds of meters away. Noah, give up on the goal. It's not worth it. Felix ordered immediately. 15 meters. Alas, Noah didn't seem like he was planning to listen to Felix's order as he pointed his grey horn at Hokel with an unwavering expression. Then, he did the unexpected as he opened his mouth and roared at the top of his husky voice that sounded like someone tried to scream with a dry throat. Yet, no one seemed too concerned by how he sounded as the sight of a clear grey shockwave producing from his mouth and supported by a chilling blue ray left them agape. Boredom. That shockwave had ended up impacting Hokel, who already lost the front protection due to EADAF. The result had astonished the viewers alike as they could see on the big screen that Hokel had ended up having his balance messed up due to his wings getting negatively affected by the shockwave's wind. Yet, the worst part was having his eardrums puncturing as the Yeti's maddened roar, which was Noah's peak active ability, was known for exploding even the heads of those with lesser strength than him. Oh no! Tyson commentated with his eyes widened. Hokel had lost focus due to the attack. His reaction was at least moderate compared to the Salvadorians, who were scared shitless after seeing that the polar bears were dropping into the ground due to Hokel stopping his mental energy control. Yet, what made them almost faint was the sight of two sculptures smashing into Hokel's body from above. That was the last nail on the coffin, as Hokel couldn't regain his balance when he was deaf, getting chilled by the blue ray and finally having his head get smashed by the sculptures that were meant to protect him from abilities thrown at him from the above. Thud thud. Shatter. Take cover. Zhonghui roared while picking the tiny hyena from her waist and sprinting outside of the penalty area that was being rained upon by those sculptures. Edaf and William took off as well, each by using their escape or defensive abilities, not wanting to get crashed. Meanwhile, Noah had stopped his assault the moment he noticed that his combo had worked effectively. Instead of running like the rest, he simply stepped inside the goal post and eyed the falling ball that was heading in his direction after Hokel had reflexively lost grip of it when his head got smashed. Thankfully, Hokel soon lost consciousness when that happened, forcing all of his abilities to deactivate automatically. This resulted in him falling into the grass, avoiding a certain death of being buried between his ice sculptures. Noah didn't even spare a glance at Hokel as he simply extended his palm forward and caught the ball quite easily since it didn't have much momentum to it. Since his arm was extended outside of the goal line, the referee didn't count it as a goal. Silence descended in the field and the stadium alike before an explosion of cheers and shouts resounded boomingly. Nice block, Noah! Reliable as always! Holy shit, he actually used his peak ability. While George and the rest were praising Noah left and right for his godly save, Felix was left speechless the moment he heard the roar. He always knew about Noah's Yeti's maddened roar, and he actually only heard Noah use it twice since the moment he unlocked it. That's because Noah hated using it since it hurt his throat badly each time. That wasn't due to his muteness but because the ability was putting too much stress on Noah's vocal cords. Heck, if he actually used it more than 3 times, he could actually turn into a real mute. Though he could be healed later on, the pain caused by it would be remembered forever. Hence, Felix was considerate enough to never force Noah into using it since, as he said, it wasn't worth it. If they scored a goal, he would score 10 more. Fortunately, Noah always respected his responsibilities in every position he was placed in. Since he was the goalkeeper, he would make sure to do anything to block the ball even if it resulted in him getting heavily injured. Counterattack. After the initial shock, Felix swiftly ordered while sprinting past the stunned Drago, whose eyes were laid on the unconscious body of Hokel. Upon seeing that Felix was already on the move, Noah threw the ball in front of him and kicked it as hard as he could with his foot. Whoosh! Shit! Agar, go take Hokel to Moria to get healed. The rest block their counter-attack and be careful of that F***'s kicks. Drago hastily chased behind Felix while giving off orders. He wasn't worried about Hokel getting killed since he didn't have a ball, and he doubted that any of the Earthling team had the guts to kill an unconscious person and receive a 5 minutes expulsion penalty. His assumption would have been correct if only the softies like Hina and Zhonghui were near Hokul. Too bad, Sylvia was near him as well, and she would never let her emotions take control of her in such a critical game. However, she still didn't make a move on Hokul since she could see that the ball had fallen into the possession of Rolandinho. If she attacked Hokul and he ended up faking his passing out, she would fail to kill him, receive a penalty, and also ruin the counter-attack. After all, the referee would stop it to give her a yellow card. Hence, she could only grit her teeth and switch her vision from Aegir, who was picking up his ally, to Rolandinho, Leo, and Felix, who had just crossed the half-line. 3 defenders in the front while an army chasing behind them. Tyson kept commentating excitedly while spectating Rolandinho dribbling the ball while fully encased in lightning charges. His speed was clearly too much for the Salvadorians to catch up to him. All of this due to his peak Tier 1 active ability, Lightning Dash. However, speed was one thing, but having the ability to pass over 3 defenders was another. Ronaldinho could see that all 3 of them were either morphed or having active abilities fully prepared to welcome him. Instead of getting C.O.C.Ky and trying his luck, Rolandinho looked behind him, hoping that Leo and Felix were close by. Cap, I will pull them to the right wing and cross the ball to you. Ronaldinho informed Felix of his plan while quickly piercing to the right corner of the field. Understood. Felix nodded his head lightly while entering his semi-morphing. The moment it was completed, Felix left Drago, Leo, and everyone else to eat his dust, as his speed had surpassed even what Rolandinho had shown. There it is again. That busted semi-morphing ability. Tyson expressed his wonder. How much boost is it giving him? No one bothered to answer him, as everyone's focus was placed on Rolandinho, who was running beside the glass while evading brown rocks, shadowy spikes, and even green roots that had emerged from under the grass, trying to at least trip him. Yet, he was as acrobatic as a monkey in a forest, making those 3 defenders grit their teeth in anger. Solemn, go intercept him at the corner. You 2 try to box that monster lest he ends up getting the ball passed to him. Bummer yelled in his mind while gazing fearfully once in a while at the approaching Felix. The 3 defenders did as he said, and Felix had ended up receiving the company of one man who wore blue earrings and a girl who had thick green roots emerging from her fingers. Felix could see that both of them weren't terrified by him, and that led him to conclude that they must have something to lean on. Yet, he didn't put much focus on it, as he simply kept his eyes affixed on Rolandinho, who was just about to reach the field's corner. Cap. I am sending a lighting ball to you. SSHSSHSHHSS. Immediately after Rolandinho said so, he infused the ball with lighting element by using his active ability Lightning Infusion and made a chip pass towards Felix. The lighting ball flew high in the air while having a slight bent to it, appearing like it was curving from the inside to the outside. Yet, it was at least 20 meters in the air, making the viewers and the Salvadorians assume that Rolandinho had failed his pass. Prepare to recover. Before Bummer could even finish his sentence, he was met with an awe-striking sight that made every viewer question their eyes. Felix was actually flying in the air with his L.U.S.True's green scales reflecting the sunlight off them. He was about to reach 20 meters in the air. They didn't know how he ended up there, since their vision and the camera were focused on the ball. But no one dared to waste a single thought on that matter, as they didn't want to miss what was about to come next. Chapter 387, The Salvadorians' Retaliation. Under the dumbfounded onlookers, Felix had flipped on his back and made a bicycle kick with a frightening accuracy due to his enhanced vision. Boom! The lighting ball didn't break the sound barrier like before, since Felix wasn't in his optimal kicking posture. But it was still fast enough that only white lighting charges could be seen. Not in my watch! Bummer roared while extending his arms to the sides, confusing everyone alike. If he wasn't going to use his hands, then how was he going to block it? They thought. Whoosh whoosh! Soon, their question was answered after seeing Bummer's long blue hair lift from the ground akin to a long serpent before shaping up into a giant hand. Then, he instantly controlled it to catch the lightning ball that was curving to the corner. Boom! Shit. Alas, things didn't go as expected for Bummer as the moment the lightning ball made contact with the giant hand, lighting charges had gotten transmitted to his real body from his hair, making him somewhat paralyzed. Although the transmitted paralyzing effect was instantaneous and mostly useless in normal situations, but in this situation? It caused Bummer to lose control of his hair for a split second since he needed to control its shape manually. After that, the lighting ball found its way into the goal's net by penetrating through the blue hair's strands. Go-o-o-all! Tyson shouted in exhilaration while staring at the ball that was pulling the net backward. Whoa! A 20 meters bicycle kick. Was that a synergy or based on luck? So good. Thank God I bet on the Earthling team. Another one by brother Felix. While the viewers cheered in a frenzy with their fists raised in the air, Felix had just found his way to the ground as he landed on his feet and rolled twice to avoid getting impacted. Not bad. Felix smirked while dusting his clothes on the ground. He wasn't praising his kick but the lighting infusion. He didn't know what happened exactly, but he understood that his kick wasn't even using 50% of his strength and it could potentially be stopped. Nice clutch cap. Leo laughed loudly while hitting Felix's back with his thick palm. Fantastic bicycle kick. Roland Adenhio showed Felix a thumbs up while striding back to the other side of the field. It was all you. Felix praised back and stood up on his feet. As he was walking back with Leo, he met the fuming two defenders who still had no idea how he jumped that high right under their noses. While they were left guessing, Tyson had already played the replay on the big screen, starting from when Rolandinho was about to chip pass. But this time, the camera was on Felix. The moment the ball was passed, everyone was left in awe after seeing Felix had folded his tail many times until it appeared just like a metal spring. Then, he used his built-up momentum from the sprint to make a front flip, but instead of landing on his feet, he landed on his tail's bulgy end. Due to the force applied on his tail, those folds were carried an immense pressure that Felix had taken advantage of by relaxing his tail after the pressure reached its limit. Then, he was propelled speedily into the sky and the rest was history. What a fine use of the tail spring technique! Tyson complimented sincerely since he knew that to learn those kinds of techniques a lot of effort was needed. For this goal, I give it 2 points. Tyson proclaimed to the delight of the Earthling viewers who watched the public stream all over the world. Every country was tuning into the stream and every screen in the entire world was showing nothing but the game. The entire world had halted for those 90 minutes and even the chaos was reduced drastically as most gangs and criminal organizations also wanted to watch the first Earthling game. Even the Gamma organization members were currently gathered in the meeting room and spectating the game with clear agitation and displeasure. They were expecting that the Earthling team would get plumped for the first 3 games since they clearly saw that the team's average integration wasn't that good. But, looking at the score of 4-0, they didn't know what to think of the game anymore. However, they wished dearly for them to lose since they knew that first wishes would be targeted at them. In their eyes, no matter what the council had wished for, it would affect their operations negatively. They didn't want that to happen at all costs, especially when the profits had just started to kick in. Too bad, Felix's smirky face that was zoomed on in the replay made them feel like the Salvadorians would be done for unless they owned up to their strength. Thankfully, Tyson didn't keep torturing them by showing Felix's punchable face as he swiftly switched back to the live feed after his curiosity was sated. Oh? They have yet to start. Tyson raised an eyebrow in surprise after seeing that Drago and his teammates were standing in their proper positions but the ball was still placed in the central circle. However, when he saw that Hokel had regained his consciousness and was currently getting his flesh wounds healed, he understood that the Salvadorians were delaying the kickoff on purpose. Only 20 seconds are left before the 1-minute celebration duration ends. Tyson warned, if they don't want to get penalized, they better make a move before. His deduction was right but not fully as the Salvadorians took their time to think of their next plan to turn the tables around. Only 8 minutes had gone by in the game and it was too soon to give up. We will be using the volcano synergy. Drago informed while narrowing his eyes coldly at Felix, so play the ball at the back until Hokel join us. His teammates nodded their heads slightly in agreement while they were closing and opening their fists in nervousness. They knew that the next synergy was a hard one to pull off, and it might cost them another goal if they failed it and got counter-attacked. They couldn't afford to give up any more goals when they were already behind. Peeb. After hearing the warning whistle, the Salvadorians finally kicked off the ball by sending it back to the defenders. Felix and the rest didn't bother going to retrieve it. Instead, they marked their own opponent by following him around. As usual, Felix started shit-talking casually to Drago the moment he approached him. "Are you really the captain? I didn't see you use a single ability in the past 8 minutes. Felix scratched his chin in intrigue and murmured near Drago's ears, "Maybe he is afraid that I will snap his neck when he receives the ball? Quite a smart decision, no wonder he is the captain. Mother f***er, just you wait." Drago was pissed alright after hearing Felix's murmur, but he still didn't flare up or showed it. He just kept restraining his emotions while glancing at the corner dome where Hokel was being treated. If it wasn't for his fatal ear injury, the healing process wouldn't have taken this long. Fortunately, it only took another 30 seconds before the flying vulture was back in the field. Clap clap clap. Heartful applause rained on him from all corners of the stadium. He might have failed to score a goal, but his try was still praiseworthy. "Hokel, you good for second try?" Drago asked. "Let's f***ck them up." Hokel sent his reply while cracking his knuckles in fury. He was evidently harboring a grudge against Noah since he almost got killed by his own ability due to him. "Good, let's show them the wrath of the Salvadorians." The moment this message resounded in the minds of the Salvadorians, the ball was already on its way to Hokel, who was flapping his wings slowly. After seeing this sight, Sylvia arched her eyebrows with a displeased expression. "Are they looking down on me to move the ball from the air instead of the ground twice in a row?" Whoosh whoosh. Sylvia flattered her wings and took off into the air after noticing the Hokel was already on his way. However, this time she didn't go to intercept him. Instead, she hovered right above the penalty arc with her palms extended in front of her. If the camera was zoomed on them, the viewers would have spotted that they were emitting a grey chilling mist. Alas, no one was paying attention to her as everyone's eyes were always on the ball. Even Felix was having his attention placed on Hokel, who was grasping the ball with his talons. Naturally, he wasn't watching while standing in his place but sprinting up close to Drago. The Salvadorians were all on the move beside one defender who was left behind as their last cover. This meant, the Earthling team was actually facing against 8 Salvadorians at once who were sprinting from every direction. Thankfully, everyone had already been given their marks, helping them avoid confusion or letting someone sneak past their defense. But, they were still pretty nervous as they had no idea if Hokel was going to repeat the same strategy or the Salvadorians were plotting something. "Keep your eyes open, wait what?" Felix was left at lost for words after witnessing a disbelieving sight. "What the hell?" Tyson exclaimed in shock as well when he saw that Hokel had actually released the ball from 100 meters in the sky towards no one. Chapter 388, Did he stop it or not? Bamol just let go of it and currently, the ball was dropping down in a somewhat empty area that was 60 meters away from the goalpost. Besides the Salvadorians, no one expected for him to give up on the ball. But Felix and the rest didn't let their bafflement distract them. "Leo, try to catch the ball," Felix ordered swiftly while switching his vision from the ball and Drago. "Keep your eyes on your marks, this must be a strategy of theirs." Poof! Alas, the moment Felix turned his head to Drago, he got spewed on by a fiery smoke that didn't harm him but hindered his vision. When Felix hastily waved the smoke away, his eyes were met with a gorgeous black-haired girl who had her eyelids darkened by makeup. She had a snarky smile on her face as she gazed at the stunned Felix. As for Drago, he totally disappeared from his side. In a split second, Felix had realized what had happened as there were only a couple of abilities that could create this mind-blowing situation. Knowing that everyone here was below the second stage of replacement made it easier to narrow the ability to just one. Shit. They used shadow swap. Felix cursed in his mind while quickly looking around, trying to spot Drago. He knew that since the girl was here, Drago must have swapped positions with her instead of disappearing out of thin air. Found you. Truly, Felix had spotted him easily with his enhanced vision. But, he got even more stunned after seeing that Drago had a thick green root coiled around his waist while the end of the root was held by a giant earth golem. The earth golem was dark brown in color and didn't have any facial features, appearing just like a snowman created from dirt. Yet, on the golem's chest, there was a man's head affixed on it, making it seem like he got eaten by the golem. But in reality, Felix knew that he was using some sort of a manual controlling ability that allows him to combine with his golem and control it freely like his own body. After seeing those two sights, dots clicked in Felix's mind, making him somewhat understand what the Salvadorians were planning on doing. Too bad, having an understanding was one thing but doing something about it was another. Whoosh whoosh. Watching the earth golem spinning Drago by the thick root made Felix recognize that it was already too late to stop them. Whoosh! Drago is flying! Tyson screamed in excitement while watching Drago flying in direction of the Earthling's goalpost, but soon, everyone managed to notice that he was in reality, heading towards the ball which had yet to reach even 40 meters to the ground. Hina and Zhonghui were shocked just like the rest by the sight, but they didn't let it affect them as they had used their defensive synergy which they called it, Wall of Fortitude. Double metallic walls had emerged from the ground in a split second just to be encased later on by two giant oceanic walls. They were placed 10 meters away from the goalpost so they could block the ball but also not hinder Noah's vision completely. Hence Noah was able to see that Drago was flying towards the ball with both of his palms extended forward. He is not going to kick it. Everyone thought. Their assumption ended up correct, but what followed after was beyond anyone's imagination as minimized volcano had taken shape between Drago's hands. The volcano was black in color and had an open mouth that was spewing red fumes. When the camera zoomed swiftly on it, the viewers were able to notice that half of it was filled with lava and it was being suppressed. Volcanic eruption. Drago roared while aiming the volcano's mouth at the ball that was just about to cross paths with him. He was truly hurled in a perfectly calculated manner, making everyone doubt if it was due to luck or days and days of training until the Salvadorians mastered it. Boom! But they didn't hang to that thought for long as the bright radiation caused by the flare of the eruption had stolen their breaths away. After the initial flare, it was accompanied by a golden ray that was a thick apple tree's stem and as bright as the sun. Its direction was the goalpost. The ball? It was nowhere to be seen, but since it was indestructible, everyone knew that it was inside the lava ray. Shit! It won't hit the defensive walls. The gentle giant Zhonghui, who rarely raised his voice, couldn't help but curse loudly after seeing the trajectory of the lava ray being way higher than their walls. Just as Hina wanted to expand her oceanic wall, it was already too late as the lava ray had just passed by them, aiming straight at the right corner of the goalpost. Whoosh! Not having any intention to retreat, Noah pointed his icy horn at the lava ray and projected his own chilling ray. SH. Lava against ice. The reaction resulting from the contact was a massive cloud of fog that exploded in the penalty area and hid everything within it. Noaa. Grace, Noah's little sister who was watching the game with the elders, yelled with a high-pitched tone, expressing her agitation and fear from the sight. She disliked watching Noah's fights since they always turned her into a nerve wreck, worrying about her brother's safety. However, she didn't want to miss this game since her brother could end up dead for real and she would regret it for life that she wasn't even there with him. Is he all right? The elders beside her were all sweating from worry the moment Drago was thrown in the air. Felix and the rest also shared the same worry, unlike the other viewers who were more interested in knowing the result of the collision. Did Noah stop it or not? Thankfully, the fog didn't last for even a second before withdrawing away, exposing a somewhat destroyed area in front of the goalpost. After switching their side to the post, the Salvadorian viewers cheered at the top of their voices while the Earthling viewers sighed in dejection. The ball was sitting on the net while still emitting smoke. Meanwhile, Noah was snared in the other side of the net while also emitting smoke. Tyson let out a long shout that resounded in the entire stadium and hyped it up even more as the spectators kept shaking each other's shoulders in excitement. Shit! He got hurt. While the stadium was rumbling about the goal, Felix and the rest sprinted towards the goalpost with worried expressions. Felix could see that Noah didn't seem like he was hurt badly, but there were some burnt red marks on his skin and he wasn't moving in the slightest. Before anyone could start thinking of the worst, Noah shook his head slightly and tried to stand up. But he felt like his head was smashed by a hammer, making it almost impossible to even lift his head and gaze at the sky, don't even mention standing up. Thus, he just laid there like the ball, waiting for his teammates to come and get him out of the net. Memories of the last collision couldn't help but surface in his mind. He sighed after seeing that his chilling ray was fully overwhelmed by the lava ray, not creating a single ounce of resistance. If the lava ray wasn't aiming at the corner, he would have gotten killed by being in its path. Meanwhile, Drago had already landed on the ground pretty safely after he used the same volcano ability, but this time he was aiming at the ground. He activated it only after he was about to smash into the ground, appearing like a space rocket landing on Earth. Right now, he was celebrating the goal with his teammates while glancing at the score in the glass ceiling. Earthling Team 4:2 Salvadorian Team. This score pleased not only the Salvadorian team and their citizen but also the Gamma organization members who were watching the game stream live inside the meeting room. All of them were clapping in approval besides Mr. Gamma. The gap had been bridged successfully and the Earthling goalkeeper has been hurt in the process. Mr. 12 grinned widely, it may not be as hopeless as we thought. Miss. Pink shook her head slightly in disagreement. As long as they don't find a way to deal with Felix's supersonic kicks, he would always score the moment his team kicked off the ball and the gap would keep growing bigger. What's worse, if he switched his target to the Salvadorians, he might end up killing a couple more by his kick and the game could end in the first half. The lanky man with wilted leaves growing outside of his body said in a weary manner. I doubt that would happen. The oversized fat man with long black hair yawned lazily. The only reason the first supersonic kick worked so well was due to the surprise element. But now that they knew about its existence, the Salvadorians would be wary of it and could even defend against it if they had the capabilities. You forgot to mention that his kick needed him to be in a semi-morphing condition and that would make it easier to know when it is coming. Just as Miss Pink wanted to add something, Mr. Gamma raised his hand slightly and no one dared to speak after. He pointed at the stream that was showing Leo and Rolandinho preparing for the kickoff and said, watch to find out. Chapter 389, The Second Supersonic Shot. The Gamma members all focused on the stream while continuing their discussion telepathically. Meanwhile, Felix and the rest were still not planning to kick off the ball since Noah was still getting healed by Olivia. She was being chosen instead of Sophia since her new healing abilities were faster at dealing with flesh wounds than Sophia's abilities. Hence, it took her only 15 seconds to heal every burnt mark on Noah and send him back to his goalpost. All good. Felix sent a message while glancing behind his back. Noah nodded his head while cracking his knuckles solemnly. He appeared like he didn't like the fact that he got scored on and overpowered by the lava ray. Honestly, it wasn't much of a shock since his chilling ray was merely condensed chilling mist that made it appear like it was solid. Against a magma-based ability, it was only natural that he would lose the face-off. While his teammates didn't bring the matter at all, Noah still felt that he had failed his responsibility. That's how rigid he is when it comes to serious matters. Alright, let's run it back again. Felix sent a message while tapping his black shoe on the grass. Just like in the first time, he was standing 10 meters away from Leo and Ronaldinho, giving him ample space to build up his momentum for his supersonic kick. However, just as Felix planned on entering his semi-morphing state, he stopped at once after noticing that the Salvadorians were sprinting around, changing their formation. Previously, they were situated in the field in this offensive formation 1-3-3-3. But now? They had completely given up on the striking positions as they stood like this 1-6-3. Yet that wasn't even the shocking part, as everyone had their eyes frozen on a giant sakura-like tree that was in the process of emerging from the grass. Its stem was twisted like a rope while its branches were filled with pink flowers flailing beautifully with the wind, creating a mesmerizing scene. The tree's position was right in the penalty arc, making it impossible for Felix to see the goalpost behind it. Interesting ability. Felix rubbed his chin in intrigue as he had no idea what's the name of the ability and what it does. Little plant expert, do you know anything about that tree? Felix asked in his mind while gesturing with his finger for Leo to kick off the ball. There was no point in holding it in that position since the Salvadorians had withdrawn back, giving them peace of mind to keep the ball next to the half line. Never saw it before. Olivia shook her head while peeking at everything that was happening outside of her dome. Useless, start reading some books about your element abilities and beasts. Felix sent a message while having the ball placed under his foot after Leo passed it to him. I am doing so, you bully. Back off, Captain, or you won't like the outcome of bullying my cute Oli. Sophia sent a threatening message while accompanied by more messages from Sylvia and Hina. Felix chuckled after hearing their threats, but his eyes were still focused on the tree. Now that he lacked knowledge about it, he didn't know if it could stop his supersonic kick or at least slow it down if he kicked it from half the field. Whatever it was, Felix felt that only by testing it out would he know his answer. I am going in a bit deeper to build more momentum. The moment this message was received in his teammates' minds, Felix had already dribbled past the half-line and reached 70 meters away from the goalpost. Use your defensive abilities and never stay in the same spot. Drago ordered in his mind after seeing that Felix had made a move. He was the first to encase himself in body armor of molten rocks while zigzagging in Felix's direction. The rest each activated their defensive abilities if they had one and copied Drago's movement. Only after seeing so did Felix understand their reason for pulling back. They understood that it would be extremely tough for Felix to land a supersonic kick on them if they kept moving randomly like this. Felix knew that their plan was quite effective since his aim was absolutely garbage. In the past 3 months, he merely trained in kicking a ball at static AI dummies or bullseye drawn on the wall. Yet, he was still struggling to hit the targeted area even though his vision was monstrous. That's only natural since 3 months was nowhere enough to turn Felix into a monster that never misses. Although it was 3 months, he wasn't practicing for more than 1 hour a day since his time was too precious to be invested in a single game. Hence, Felix never put any effort in shooting moving targets since he always believed that it was better to score goals and farm game points instead of specifically aiming to kill his opponents to get measly 200 GP. That's why he completely ignored them and smashed his footbridge at the ball, aiming straight at the sakura-like tree since it was blocking the goalpost. Just like before, no one managed to spot the ball or hear its sound until the deed was already done. Boom! Crack! After the initial sound barrier explosion, it was followed by the tree's wail as it was forced to snap into 2 halves due to the sheer brute force that was carried within that ball. It shouldn't even be called a ball anymore but an artillery shell. But still, the ball didn't emerge unscathed from the collision as its trajectory had diverged slightly to the right while its power and speed were somewhat reduced, making it visible in Boomer's eyes. Unlike before, he wasn't caught unprepared. Felix and the rest of his team were stunned to see Boomer's blue hair being shaped up as 5 giant hardened blue palms that were stacked one in front of the other. Meanwhile, multiple hair locks were tied up tightly with the goal bars, making Boomer get lifted from the ground due to the tightness. It was obvious that his hair had grown out of proportion to end up with those unbelievable hair mutations. But will it be enough? Everyone thought. Boom! The thunderous noise produced from the ball's contact with the first palm showed the hardness of those hair strands. This wasn't due to Boomer's hair being special by nature but simply due to a passive similar to Felix's sand hardening. The only difference was the target of the hardening process. Arg! Too bad, the first palm still failed to stop the ball as it broke through it and caused immense pain to Bummer since his nerves were still connected to his hair no matter how much it grew. The agonizing pain caused by hair strands getting pulled forcefully was unfathomable to those who never experienced it. Thankfully, Bummer was somewhat resistant to it by now after experiencing it many times in his training. Thus, he neither cried nor screamed out loud as he kept glaring at the third palm that was destroyed soon after the second one. Boredom. Yet, he didn't show any signs of worry or agitation as he could feel that the ball had lost most of its momentum from the weak noise it produced after contact. Just like he thought, the ball barely managed to destroy a couple of strands before finally stopping its revolving motion that caused smoke to raise on the hair strands due to friction. Thud, thud. The ball bounced twice on the grass after it dropped down under the viewers' dumbstruck looks either live or on the field. Especially Olivia and the rest who didn't dare to believe what their eyes were feeding them. Felix's supersonic ball that traumatized them for months was blocked on its second shot. Ho-oh-oh-ah. The stadium went wild while the Earthling viewers were thrown to the depth of despair after seeing that their best weapon and hope to win the game had been taken from them. How could they block it so soon? Jacob murmured in distress while sitting next to Mr. Rodriguez. Don't worry, this is a minor setback. Mr. Rodriguez commentated confidently, Felix could keep kicking those supersonic balls until that plant elementalist and their goalkeeper runs out of energy. That's indeed quite true. Jacob exclaimed in understanding, it looked like they used everything just to block it. This was the reason why Olivia and the rest had regained their confidence back instantly. Nice teamwork everyone. Drago praised in his mind while grinning widely at Felix who was removing his semi-morphing. Drago looked at Felix's expression and noticed that he was genuinely impressed. Heck, he even started clapping his hands at Bummer while nodding his head in praise, not bad at all. Hat, where did your C.O.C. go? Drago sneered at him. C.O.C.ky. Felix smiled faintly. Aren't you the one who's getting C.O.C.ky after blocking only one of my kicks? Felix walked towards him with a playful smile and asked, but for how long you can use the same strategy? Because I will keep shooting and shooting until the game ends. How long? You will be surprised. Drago smirked while gazing at Bummer, whose hair had gotten shorter to its original length. Chapter 390, Mano a Mano. Hokel already untied his hair from the metal poles and currently, he was walking towards the ball that had bounced a couple of meters away from the goalpost. After he reached it, he passed it to the plant elementalist in their team, and straightaway sprinted to the corner dome while dragging his hair behind. The viewers could see that his hair had been damaged since there were some red bald spots on his scalp. Why is he trying to get healed? I doubt he got hurt in the process. Those thoughts didn't remain in Felix's mind for even a second before he figured out the reason after connecting the dots with what Drago had mentioned. This is getting interesting. He realized that Bummer's unique hair was actually from a mutation and not an ability. That meant he wasn't wasting an ounce of energy to make it longer or shorter since it was part of his body just like Felix's tail. In other words, he could just get healed back to peak shape after every successful block. Since the ball would be always in their possession after his block, he would be given the time he needed to get healed. As for the Sakura-like tree, Felix believed that if it was doing nothing but just emerge, its energy consumption wouldn't be that high. If it was capable of emitting mental affecting particles, healing mist, or something like that, it would definitely sap the user dry after merely 3 uses. Ha ha ha, the cat got your tongue. Drago laughed out loud after figuring out from Felix's expression that he had found out about Bummer's hair mutation. If I were you I wouldn't be laughing. Felix gave him a sympathetic gaze and said, you just lost the game in the first half. Hey! Drago was left baffled by what Felix said. But seeing his retreating back as he walked to the other side of the field, he scoffed to himself, if he is thinking of combating us up close, then he must be the stupidest person I have ever seen. Drago understood that it was impossible for Felix to fight them all alone while at the same time dribble the ball forward. It was the same as fighting while carrying a baby. With such a burden pulling him down, he was bound to lose the ball eventually, and the moment that happened they could easily kick it away from him. By then, Felix was bound to stop fighting due to the rules lest he ends up getting 5-minute expulsion. "Captain, are we going to use the volcanic synergy again?" Hokel sent a message while clasping the ball with his talons. No, Drago shook his head as he gazed at Sylvia. "This time, they will most likely send that girl to either catch the ball mid-air or intercept you and make it impossible for you to drop it. You guys know that a single small alteration to the drop and I will not end up crossing paths with the ball." His teammates nodded their heads in agreement. They knew that the synergy might look simple, but in reality, it took them a massive amount of effort to practice it since they needed to calculate everything exactly for Drago to end up with the ball. They were planning before on leaving it as an ace synergy, using it only during the last critical moments. But seeing that they were down by 4 points and one teammate before even 10 minutes had gone by in the game, made Drago use it now to get some momentum building for his team. That goal was crucial to raise morale, and Boomer's block had gotten them back their utmost confidence to win the game. "Let's play it slowly to drag the game and waste that F***er's energy." Drago scoffed. "He is nothing without his semi-morphing ability. So, make him use it to run for the ball." "Understood." After he received a confirmation, Drago sent a message to Bamol, checking on his situation. Soon, he was told that he would join them in 30 seconds. When they heard so, the Salvadorians quickly returned to their original formation of 1-3-3-3 and continued wasting time by passing the ball between them. They had 1 minute to move the ball forward and they took advantage of it fully. "Mirak, pass the ball to the right wing, we will penetrate from that direction," Drago said immediately after seeing that Bamol had emerged from the transparent dome. The plant elementalist did as she was told and passed the ball to the right midfielder. "I will try to steal the ball." Johnson sent a message while puffing out fog from his mouth, covering himself and the right wing. It didn't take even a couple of seconds before a thick linear cloud of fog had ended up covering the right wing from the half-line to William, who was positioned behind Johnson. The Salvadorian midfielder frowned his eyebrows at the sight and was forced to slow down his dribbling. "Captain, should we switch to the left wing?" he asked. "Yes." Drago agreed without hesitation. He knew that his teammate lacked the necessary means to protect himself and the ball inside the fog. After all, one needed a vision ability or element that was countering the fog element. If Felix wasn't marking him, Drago wouldn't hesitate to swap positions and enter the fog since he was confident in his magma abilities to keep the fog away from him. This was the reason Johnson was placed as a right midfielder instead of a striker like in the previous formation. His fog was too good for defense against the majority of the players since not everyone could unlock vision abilities. In normal cases, even those with vision abilities wouldn't spot Johnson inside his fog due to his fog camouflage. Sadly, he lost it when he replaced his bloodline and he etched fog breath in his 1% human bloodline. Still, he did his job and protected the right wing by forcing the Salvadorian midfielder to pass the ball behind to the defender Mirak. Lightning dash. Ronaldinho, who was the nearest to the ball, chased after it speedily while covered in lighting charges. Upon seeing that he was actually going to reach it, Mirak hastily smacked both of her palms into the grass and 4 green roots had emerged a split second later in front of the ball. Thud. The ball bounced back on one root but it got clasped on by the other 3 roots. Lightning spear. Ronaldinho shouted while jumping in a tossing animation with his hand placed behind his back. Simultaneous with his shout, lighting charges were projected from his palm and manifested a long lightning spear. Without a single ounce of hesitation, he hurled it towards Mirak instead of the roots. Shit! Mirak knew that she would be in grave danger if she didn't pull back her palms from the grass. But if she did so, the roots would disappear since the ability she used was connected with the ground. That's why they appeared instantly under the ball instead of using roots from fingers that were going to take time to reach the ball. In the end, she pulled back only one arm and pointed her extended fingers at the lightning spear. Then, 5 thick roots surged from them and shaped up into a wooden shield forcefully by using her mental energy. Whites. Clash. The lighting spear exploded after contact, scorching the roots black but didn't transmit any electricity to Mirac since wood was an insulator by nature. Yet, neither her nor team seemed glad by her defense since Rolandinho had managed to recover the ball from the root's clutches by simply kicking it to the glass wall. Bam! The ball bounced back into the fully empty right wing of the Salvadorian team. Where was Rolandinho? He was already speeding like a train towards it, completely ignoring Mirac, who had a nasty expression. The Salvadorians are in big trouble. Tyson commentated excitedly. Only one defender is left behind, but can he buy enough time until the rest catch up? Boom boom! Come back here! Mirac's screams kept resounding from behind Rolandinho, who never stopped zigzagging left and right, dodging her long-ass roots. Alas, he kept pulling his distance further and further from her until her roots could never catch up to him. Since Rolandinho was moving on the extreme right wing, the defender who was left behind had to move to him. Otherwise, Rolandinho would just kick the ball after reaching a comfortable distance. The Salvadorians didn't want that to happen since they saw that his lightning balls were the perfect counter to Boomer's blue hair. It's 1-on-1. Can Rolandinho pass him and score the third goal? Tyson asked what was on everyone's minds. The answer to their question came sooner than they expected, as Rolandinho didn't even bother piercing towards the goalpost in the first place, as he simply carried on sprinting on the wing. Everyone was confused by the sight at first, since he couldn't score like that unless he moved straight to the penalty area from the corner. But by then, he would have just made it extra difficult to shoot for no reason. However, when the camera enlarged, the viewers had noticed that across the field, Leo was sprinting like his life was depending on it. Behind him was the left side defender. He is aiming to cross the ball to number 7, Leo Bridge. Tyson shouted near the mic with clear anticipation in his tone. Why? Because Leo was the second striker in the team and had yet to even kick the ball due to Felix. That made him somewhat invisible in the game since he wasn't participating in the defense as well. If it wasn't for so, Leo wouldn't have managed to sneak behind the defender who was placing most of his attention on Mirac and Ronaldinho before. I am in my position. Leo sent a message with a thrilled expression on his face. He was indeed in the best position since he had reached the wide-open penalty arc without anyone being there to stop him. He was mano a mano with the Boomer. Chapter 391, The Barbarian of Australia. Felix Ho saw this sight, smiled widely while speaking to Drago and those two Salvadorians. You guys are focusing too much on me while ignoring the best striker in my team. Before they could comprehend his words, Leo clasped both of his hands together and roared, "Moderate earthquake! Rumble!" The penalty area trembled like a 5.9 magnitude earthquake hit it. The field started cracking and splitting apart, throwing grass and soil into the air. Thud. F***ck. Boomer cursed after losing his balance and falling on his knees. If he remembered that Leo was an earth elementalist and had this ability etched in his 1% human bloodline, he would have tied his hair with the metal poles like before. But how could he remember anything about Leo when all of his attention was placed on Felix like the rest of the Salvadorians? There were 16 members in each team and it was impossible to memorize everyone's details in only 15 minutes of scouting. Hence, the most dangerous individuals were placed more focus on and Leo Bridge wasn't considered. Leo could see that they were looking down on him just like Olivia and the rest before the game even began. It was time for them to pay back the price of underestimating the Barbarian of Australia. Soil pillars. Raise. Leo roared while jumping 3 meters in the air, making everyone's eyes switch to him instead of Rolandinho, who was about to reach the field corner. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The moment their eyes were placed on Leo, they widened in awe after seeing brown pillars raising in the sky like a staircase, starting from a 3 meters pillar to the last one that was at least 10 meters tall. The scene appeared magnificent, especially when Leo was jumping from a pillar to another, appearing like he was trying to climb to the sky. Incoming lighting ball. Boom. Upon seeing that Leo was on the verge of reaching the last one, Ronaldinho slowed his speed down and kicked the ball with the side of his shoe, crossing it from the right side to the penalty area. Unlike before, the ball was only 10 meters in the air, but it was curving perfectly from the outside to the inside in direction of Leo, who was standing on the 10 meters pillar. Clayenkas.e.m.e.nt. Immediately after Leo saw that the ball was about to reach him, he encased both of his legs within muddy material that was born from his earth energy. The clay had instantly turned solid, making his legs appear 3 times thicker than before. Yet, Leo lifted his right leg like it didn't weigh anything and volleyed the spinning lightning ball with such familiarity, making everyone know that he had practiced at this height hundreds of times. Boredom. The ball didn't break the sound barrier, making it visible to Boomer, but it streaked speedily to the leftmost angle of the goalpost, making it extremely tricky to catch it. What's worse? The F***ing earthquake was still ongoing, not allowing Boomer to even stand up properly. Not happening. Whoosh. Not giving up so easily, Boomer jerked his head to the left side, sending out his long blue hair that was shaped like a giant fist. SHSHSHSHS. Arg. Alas, instead of the ball getting smashed away by the fist, Barm ended up joining it in the net after the lighting ball got snarled up in his hair and pulled him with it. The force was stronger than he anticipated, and since his hair wasn't tightened by the metal poles, his body could only follow with the momentum. Go-o-a all. Tyson threw his tightened fists in the air while shouting with a thrilled expression. The viewers accompanied him in his excitement, especially the Earthlings viewers who jumped from their places while roaring in elation. If there wasn't a lockdown and the game was streamed in public spaces, the screams would have echoed in every country, no matter their race, nationality, or social status. Ha ha ha! Dare look down on me! Leo laughed loudly while spreading his arms and having his head tilted back. He appeared quite arrogant when he was saying so from such a height. Come down fast, you stupid battle maniac! Instead of congratulating him for the goal, George scolded him with a terrified expression as he could see that the pillars were getting destroyed due to the earthquake. Alas, his warning didn't change anything as the last pillar was on its last stretch. Rumble. Crash. One last crack was all the pillar needed to break from the base and fall backward. F***ck me. Clayenkas.e.m.e.nt. Scared out of his wits by falling with it, Leo screamed loudly while guarding his face with his hand. Thankfully, his ability's effect was almost instantaneous as he was covered fully by the clay, turning him into a clay golem. Crash. Leo. You all right? Ronaldinho asked while dashing towards the rubble that was in the process of breaking down into light particles. Even the earthquake had stopped and the field was returning slowly back to its perfect shape. Cough cough. I am good, just a broken finger. Leo gave a shaky thump up while lying on the ground, coughing his lung out. Nice goal celebration. You might go viral for it. Felix chuckled while passing through the dejected Salvadorians and the furious Drago. He ignored their nasty looks as he simply raised his head and glanced at the score. Earthling Team 6:2 Salvadorian Team /2100 hours minutes, remaining, first half. It was stylish all right. Felix smiled faintly after noticing the added 2 points. He honestly hoped that his teammates stay this reliable, making it easier for him in the games instead of just running back and forth to do everything by himself. Felix knew that he may not play some games due to circuit.misstances. This would lead his team to play without him. If he kept going ham right at the start doing everything by himself without giving chance to his team to grow, they would get eaten alive when he doesn't participate. That would cause the team to lose a tier and the death of some key members in the worst case. He was planning on playing it slowly like this since he always had that supersonic kick to get him easy goals and farm game points. But knowing that it could be stopped continuously, Felix had lost interest in prolonging the game any further. Time to go all out on my semi-morphing and force them to surrender. On the other side of the field, Bummer explained telepathically his reason for not tying his hair with the metal poles after he got questioned by Drago. I prefer leaving my hair untied so I could catch crossed balls in the air to block any scoring attempt before it even reached the striker. Bummer clicked his tongue in irritation and sent a message, how the F***ck would I know that in both situations, the ball would be crossed to an abnormal height. Alright, no need to say more. Drago waved his hand while sending a message, just keep yourself tied to the poles for the rest of the game from now on. Plus, this one is on us as well. Drago sighed while gazing at Rolandinho and Leo, we were asking for it by underestimating them and planning only against that F***er. But not anymore. Drago cracked his knuckles while walking back to his position like the rest of his team. This goal came to them as a surprise but also as a waking call, making them see the Earthling team as a 12-member team instead of just dealing with Felix would make them win the game. Cap plan? Hokel asked. We can't play it slow anymore with this gap. It's too risky. Drago scratched his left horn and added, we can only use another quick synergy for a goal and hope that Tyson would give it 2 points. Which one should we use now? Mirak inquired. Let's go with Shadow Synergy. Drago smirked, although it could get us only 1 goal, it's good enough for a fast retaliation. The Salvadorians showed their agreement with a slight head nod. Then, there was some sort of a reshuffling in the formation as the gorgeous brunette with dark eyelids had switched with the Mirak, the plant elementalist. This pushed Mirak to the striking position while the brunette girl to be a defender. Felix raised his eyebrows in intrigue after seeing so. He knew that the brunette girl was a shadow elementalist and had the peak active ability Shadow Swap that allows her to swap positions with anyone that had his shadow connected with hers. After inspecting the grass deeply with his enhanced vision, he managed to see 11 lines that were linking the shadows of the Salvadorians with the brunette girl. Interesting, those lines weren't there before. Felix rubbed his chin while analyzing, for 2 new things to emerge based on that girl meant that the next play will heavily rely on her. Felix gave a heads up to his teammates about the situation and created 1 hypotension bomb and another acid bomb behind his back. He kept them hovering like that outside of the Salvadorians' vision. He smiled harmlessly while watching the 2 strikers preparing for the kickoff. But Johnson and the rest shivered when they saw what he was planning on doing. Rest in peace. Johnson sighed in sympathy while gazing at those 2 strikers. Chapter 392, He is done playing ball. Peeb. The moment the referee whistled, Felix turned around, grabbed both bombs, and pitched them towards the striker who had just received the ball. Poof poof. The entire sequence happened in less than 0.1 seconds, making the striker eat a direct acid bomb on his face while the hypotension inducement landed on his chest. Arg! The instant the striker shrieked in agony due to the pain of having his face melted off, his eyes rolled at the back of his head as he fell to the ground. He fainted instantly after he ended up inhaling the bloodish red mist due to his scream. Drago and the rest of his team just kept staring with a stunned expression at their teammate who was getting corroded motionlessly. Ling. Goosebumps were coursing on their skin after their ears picked up the heart-wrenching sound of flesh getting corroded. Yet, no one dared to let out a single sound as the entire scene was too horrifying. You brought this upon yourselves. Felix said nonchalantly while walking slowly towards them with an acid green bomb in his right hand and a bloodish red in his left hand. Aren't you going to hold the ball? Felix asked warmly while pointing his acid bomb at the ball lying peacefully next to the motionless body. After all, how could I hit if you don't touch it? Forget about the Salvadorians, even Felix's teammates were afraid to approach the ball as the sight of Felix's serpent-like morphing added to those bombs on his hands was too terrifying. Felix had finally released his poisonous nature and stopped playing ball with the Salvadorians. Now, his eyes were focused only on ending the game in the first half by any means possible. Don't get scared. Drago bellowed his orders in anger, but his messages were still unemotional. Utilize your defensive shields and barriers if you had it. His bombs are mist-based and can't do shit against them. Mirak, drag Agar away from the ball with your roots. Whoosh whoosh. Immediately after hearing so, Mirak extended 2 roots from her fingers and rolled them on Aegir's feet. Then, she pulled him outside of the central circle and checked on his well-being. Upon seeing that he was still breathing but had his entire face disfigured, she didn't know if she should feel glad or terrified from the same fate happening to her. Whatever it was, she glared at Felix hatefully and swiftly dragged Aegir to the healers to get treated as fast as possible. Meanwhile, 4 Salvadorians had already covered themselves in different colored shields while the rest had decided to withdraw slightly to the back since they knew that they would be the next victim when they touched the ball. If it wasn't for the field being extremely spacious, both teams would have taken with them a supportive player who could shield everyone. Alas, supportive shields below the second stage of replacement didn't have even 15 meters range. Range, in the sense that the shielded player shouldn't stay away from the supportive player. Otherwise, it would disappear. In this game where the players were required to move constantly and mostly separated from each other, buffing out shields would do nothing but bait them and get them killed after it disappears suddenly due to leaving the small range. If the buffer simply chose one player to always follow, that's literally wasting a team spot. If it wasn't for so, Lena or another buffer would have been chosen in the main team. So the main counter to Felix's poison was not even in this game. Whoosh! Upon seeing that only Drago was standing somewhat near the center circle with his molten armor, Felix dashed towards the ball that was left untouched in its place. Ground flare! Drago roared furiously while slamming both of his palms at the ground after seeing Felix had made a move. Rumble, boredom! The central circle trembled for a split second before the area around the ball had blown up, sending broken grass blades and brown dirt everywhere, followed by a small shower of lava. Meanwhile, the ball had been sent flying in the air, making everyone lift their heads and focus on it. Impressive! Felix praised Drago's quick thinking while pulling back away from the lava droplets that could potentially burn his hair if they landed on him. Whoosh whoosh! Hokel and Sylvia both took off to the sky, wanting to retrieve the ball that had yet to stop climbing fiercely. Thud! In the end, it reached the ceiling and collided with the scoreboard. Seeing that it was falling while Hokel and Sylvia were still far away, everyone on the ground activated their abilities preparing to receive it. The Earthling team has a massive advantage in numbers and strength due to Captain Felix. Tyson gave out his opinion after noticing that only 4 Salvadorians were attempting to get the ball, unlike the Earthlings who had 6 of them. Naturally, the defenders weren't counted since they were further away from the central circle. "Leave it to me, guys," Felix said while bending his green-scaled knees, appearing like a frog ready to pounce on a leaf. 80 meters, 60 meters, 30 meters. So far no one made a move on the ball as the distance was still too high even for Felix. After all, he didn't have the same momentum to utilize the tail spring technique. 20 meters, 10 meters. Send it away! Drago shouted while firing a lava ray from a minimized volcano that was sitting between his arms. His 3 teammates followed his lead and used their strongest long-range ability at the ball. They didn't know what Drago was aiming at by doing so, but they didn't question his orders. Upon seeing so, Felix decided to give up jumping since the ball would be in their possession anyway. Bam! The ball got hit by a rock. Tyson shouted while zooming out the camera, showing the ball's direction after it got smashed by the Earth Elementalist rock toss. As expected, the ball had ended up falling in the right side next to William, the Maestro of England. It bounced 2 times and got stopped by William's sound waves. After getting hold of it, he passed it to Johnson, who sent it straight away to Felix. By the time it reached him, Drago and his team had entered their defensive formation of 1-6-4 while Boomer had begun prolonging his hair to shape up those giant 5 palms. Mirak had already grouped up with the defenders after transporting Aegir to get healed. Currently, she was setting up the same Sakura-like tree in front of the goalpost, wanting to slow down Felix's supersonic kick as they did before. Smart play by Drago to send the ball away so they could have enough time to regroup after Felix's surprise attack. Tyson said, they truly didn't expect that he was able to switch to acid inducement. From his tone, it was apparent that he already knew about Felix's legendary Tier 1 bloodline and ability to switch between inducements. This was understandable since he needed to get some information about the key players in the game for a better commentary. The only thing he didn't know about was that Felix's ability to switch to acid, as he had shown publicly, only hypotension and paralyze. That's why Drago and his team weren't prepared to defend against it. It might sound foolish that Felix had decided to expose acid inducement that had a relation to his landlord persona, but it was actually a smart, deliberate move. Felix knew that he was bound to enter the candidate list of suspects after this game leaves a small mark in the network. It might take a week or months until Princess Bird finds out about him and the similarities he had with Landlord. Although the different abilities between the characters were the best camouflage, Princess Bird was bound to get suspicious of him when she digs deeper and finds out that he had 5 inducements. Yet, he was only using hypotension that was different than Landlord. After all, what's the reason to not use acid inducement in this game or any of his fights? She would easily conclude that Felix might be trying not to get associated with Landlord or something else. Hence, Felix didn't hesitate to snap his fingers and create 2 additional acid bombs. He left them to hover on his palms as he switched his focus to the Salvadorians, who finished their defensive formation against his supersonic kick. Felix chuckled in a miss.e.m.e.nt while kicking the ball slightly above his head. Felix walked a single step forward and used his tail to catch the ball quite easily. Then, he tightened his grip on it by rolling his tail 2 times on it, stunning the viewers alike. Hopefully, he doesn't rough them up too much. George sighed in sympathy while looking at the dumbfounded Drago and his teammates, who didn't expect this outcome or were too afraid to think about it. The entire defensive formation was meant to force Felix into kicking the ball, since it would be challenging to dribble it while fighting them head-on. But seeing him cracking his neck to the side as he walked towards them with his devilish semi-morphing, they knew that shit had just got real. Chapter 393, Dashing Towards an Army. Don't falter! Drago yelled at his teammates while clapping both of his hands. It's 1 against 11. Bombard him with elemental abilities and he d. Hush. Poof. Before Drago could even finish his sentence, he was forced to dodge reflexively an incoming acid bomb that was thrown from half the field. Alas, the bomb still exploded behind his back and encased him inside. However, since he was wearing that molten armor, the acid did nothing to him but hinder his vision. Whoosh! Whoosh! When he hastily pulled outside of the mist cloud, he got mortified after seeing that his teammates were the ones being bombarded by acid bombs, hypotension bombs, and paralyze bombs from Felix, who was sprinting towards him as fast as possible. Knowing that he was targeted, Drago didn't hesitate to retreat, as he knew that he would get F***ed up if he ever got caught by Felix. That's because he was an elemental ranger first and foremost, while Felix's was a humanoid beast. Shit, shit, shit. Each time Drago turned around and saw that Felix was grinning devilishly while getting closer to him, he felt that his heart was about to leap out of his throat. Although he was afraid of getting caught, he was still rational enough to stop after reaching the back line where the rest of his team was gathered. Immediately after turning around and seeing that Felix was merely 30 meters away from them, he bent down slightly while his palms were emitting dark red particles that shaped up as the same small volcano. Standing 5 meters to his right was the Shadow Elementalist, who had her shadow rise from the ground and stand in front of her. Meanwhile, to his left side was the Earth Elementalist. He was inside the Earth Golem, exposing only his head from its chest. He was carrying 2 rocks in his hands. Mirak was standing on her sakura-like tree with her hands folded together. Hokul was flying above their heads while his 10 polar bears sculptures were placed in front of his team, acting like a meat shield. Lastly, 2 more Salvadorians were standing at the corners, each with their own abilities activated. Felix was charging towards this fully prepared army while behind him was the rest of his teammates trying their best to catch up to him and support him. Kill! Before Felix could even cross the 20 meters mark, Draco roared loudly while firing off that lava ray from his volcano. Miriam sent her shadow while Dijon had tossed the big brown rocks. Each to his own when it came to attacking Felix. Boom! Boom! Crash! The earth shook, and the air vibrated as the area in front of them had turned into a war zone with all of the explosions and dirt flying in every direction. Yet, Felix could be seen evading those abilities with his clothes barely getting dirted by the aftermath. It appeared like he could predict their trajectory before landing, making him move before the strike even landed on the ground. The viewers kept watching in awe while the Salvadorians in dread and disbelief. Die! Die! Why won't you die? Draco almost lost his mind after seeing that Felix had emerged outside of a cloud of smoke with merely some broken grass blades on his hair and outfit. Meanwhile, his tail was moving behind him playfully, showing that the ball hadn't been lost in the chaos. Just as Mirak wanted to send down every tree's branch in Felix's direction, she froze in her position after seeing that Felix had already reached the polar bears and sliced them up like they were made of butter with his gleaming black claws. Thud thud! The sliced pieces were smooth and clean, appearing likely a newly shaved chin. No one bothered to look at them as Felix had instantly reached Draco's side and clutched him by the neck. The Salvadorians stiffened with their eyes widened, not daring to believe that their captain had been caught without putting a single resistance. Well, he did resist by firing off lava rays, but against Felix's speed, vision, and reflexes, it was a futile attempt. Any last words? Felix grinned devilishly while running his long claw against Draco's cheek. Since it was covered by molten armor, his touch cracked it quite smoothly. I am willing to die for my planet and people. Draco sneered with a bit of difficulty due to being chocked, so don't expect me to beg, ***. Cough. Do it. Do it. Geez, no need to get all dramatic. I was just messing with you. Felix slapped him right in his back neck, making him faint instantly. Then, he threw him to the side and glanced at the rest. Why don't you save me the trouble and surrender now? I don't want to overwork myself. In normal situations, Felix would never do such a thing since he preferred not missing a single game point even if meant going on a massacre in the games. However, he wanted to make himself distinct from landlords since he would have done the same. Sigh, nothing. Upon seeing that they weren't responding, Felix let out a long exhale and suddenly disappeared from the camera. When he appeared, Miriam was already on the ground with foams coming out of her lips. Before this image could register in everyone's minds, Felix had disappeared again just to appear above the earth golem's head. Then, he smashed it to pieces with the tail's bulgy end and knocked out Dijon. This can't be happening. How could his strength be this monstrous? Mirak shivered from on top of the tree while watching Felix sprint from one of her teammates to another, knocking them out cold. While the camera was finding it hard to follow Felix's movement, she could somewhat see his shadow due to her enhanced senses. But seeing him was one thing and responding to his aggression was another. He was tens of times faster than her roots could even travel, and seeing how sharp his claws were, made her realize that he could literally kill any one of them if he pleased. A couple of seconds later, only Hokel and Bummer were still standing without counting the two healers at the corners. Mirak had been taken care of just like the others. If Hokel wasn't flying tens of meters in the air, his fate would have been the same. Felix ignored his existence and simply walked past the sakura-like tree that was in the process of breaking into green particles. His destination? The scared shitless Bamol, who was being lifted from the ground due to his tied-up hair with the goalpost. He had his hair shaped up as two large fists, appearing like he wanted to box it out with Felix. But a single indifferent glance from Felix made him tremble all over, as he sensed like he was thrown in the depth of glacial mountain with 1,000 poisonous serpents to accompany him. Warrior or not, in front of death itself staring right into his soul, fear would always creep up to them. Don't get any closer. Bummer stuttered while smashing those big blue fists at the ground, hoping to scare Felix away. Whoosh! Bam! Alas, Felix didn't even bother to respond to him as he simply whipped his tail to the side and hurled the ball straight in Boomer's face. The distance was too close for Felix to miss such an easy target. Arg! But, he didn't put all of his strength into it as he simply broke Boomer's nose, making his clutch into it tightly while blood streaming down his chin. Meanwhile, the ball bounced back to Felix and he volleyed it to right in the left corner of the goalpost. Haha, finally I got it! Elated by his aim, Felix celebrated with a heartful laugh while walking back through the passed-out Salvadorians. Only his laugh and Boomer's groaning were echoing in the field as the rest of the Salvadorians were passed out while Felix's teammates were speechless by his excitement of scoring a corner goal in such a messed-up situation. Meanwhile, Tyson and the viewers didn't know what to say or react. They were expecting anything but the game to end up in such a dumbfounding fashion. Even the Earthlings and the Gamma organization members were finding it hard to react as no one had expected that Felix would just carry the ball with his tail and deal with the entire team before scoring. Peep! The referee whistled faithfully like nothing was wrong with the sight of 8 players lying on the ground unconsciously. Hoa! Only after hearing the whistle did the viewers wake up from their stupor and started cheering with their cheeks flushed red and their hands raised above their heads. This is so unfair! How dare you place the same betting odds for the 2 teams when the Earthling captain can just steamroll everyone? Give me back my 1000 SC! I want my money back as well! This game shouldn't have been played. Meanwhile, the Salvadorian viewers and those who made bets against the Earthling team were not having a good time at all. After all, everyone could see that the game was doomed without any way of a comeback. Felix Maxwell had just stopped giving a F***ck and went full ham on the Salvadorians with all of his strength. While Tyson was shouting passionately, his thoughts were different completely. F***ing hell, this matchup is too unbalanced with his busted semi-morphing boost. I need to find out how much it gives him. While Tyson was preparing his questions for the after-game interviews, Mr. Ralval and the 3 Salvadorian substitutes were sitting in silence on the bench. They were staring at their passed-out teammates who were being taken to the corner domes by Hokel and Boomer to receive treatment. Sir, what should we do? A brown-skinned man with a tattooed face asked softly. Mr. Ralval blinked his eyes without voice his response. He seemed like he was unfazed by the situation, but his tightened fists that were placed on his knees were an obvious sign of the opposite. Just as the substitute wanted to suggest replacing a couple of passed-out teammates to kick off the ball, Mr. Ralval took a deep breath with his eyes closed shut and said with a suppressed tone, "We are surrendering." Chapter 394, Being Seen as a Moron. But sir! Shut up! Mr. Ralval snapped. I don't know about you, but I will not let the main team of our planet gets massacred on its first game. The substitutes bit their lips after hearing so. They went quiet at once. They knew that the game was doomed the moment Felix had shown them that he was capable of killing all of the prominent team members by himself. However, surrendering just like that in the first game indeed left a bad taste in their mouths. The Earthling captain was merciful enough to give us a chance to surrender while we still can. Mr. Ralval sighed while standing up. I don't doubt for a second that he will not do it again if we decided to continue the game. Immediately after saying so, Mr. Ralval steeled his heart and requested from the Queen, "Please, we would like to surrender this game. Based on the PSG rules, I will be forwarding your request to Judge Tyson." The Queen responded. Mr. Ralval nodded his head and went silent. Meanwhile, Tyson's feverish commentary about Felix's strength was interrupted by the Queen's message. Sigh, that was to be expected. His mood was brought down after he heard the Salvadorians' surrender request. Although he knew that it was highly likely for them to give up, he still wished sincerely in his heart for the game to continue even if it meant that Felix was ending up massacring them. He didn't care about their well-being but more about the commission he would be earning from the game. Since it was ending in the middle, he would be losing quite a hefty sum. Alas, he couldn't deny their surrender since it was reasonable and within the rules set by the PSG. As the judge, he was just as bound by the rules as any other. Hence, he merely sighed while informing the spectators, the Salvadorian team had decided to surrender. Congratulations for the Earthling team on their first win. Boo-hoo. Quitters. F***ing bastards, I bet my money on you. Well, it was a fun game while it lasted. Sadly, the strength level is too unbalanced. True, the Earthling's captain semi-morphing ability is truly busted. I hope he talks about it during the interview. Ha ha ha. To win the first game by such a gap. Earthlings for the win. The responses to Tyson's proclamation differed around the stadium and in the stream, as most natural viewers didn't like the sound of it at all. After all, they paid for tickets to watch the whole game. If it wasn't for the tickets being as cheap as dirt and the sight of the passed-out Salvadorians, a riot would have risen. Those problematic issues were why the surrender option was used only after a thorough inspection by the judge. If it wasn't for so, any team could just surrender when the game begins and the spectators would be left to watch an empty stadium. On the other hand, both the Earthling and the Salvadorian viewers rejoiced at the early conclusion of the game. Though, the Salvadorian viewers felt relieved after seeing that their entire primary team was still intact beside the first player to die. They were not retarded to hope for their team to continue the game after seeing their ending against Felix. In their eyes, the loss might be disappointing, but they still had more games to win and they were confident in their team's strength to pull it off. Haha, having Felix on the team is truly a blessing. Mr. Rodriguez laughed in gratification while watching Felix patting Olivia on the head just to have his hand slapped away by Sophia and Hina. We are indeed in luck. The USA president agreed with a broad smile while sitting on a wooden chair inside a vast conference room. It appeared like it was an exact copy of the United Nations General Assembly Hall. Naturally, other presidents and heads of states were sitting in it. Most of them were gathered here since this assembly was held in a UVR's room belonging to a council staff member. This staff member's job was nothing but to make his UVR's room accessible to the leaders 24/7 while he had no access to it or what was being said in it. With the power of contract, that was easily doable. Just like that, the council had a UVR's room for their assembly, making it 100 times better to gather and discuss without leaving their countries. Soon, the chatter quietened down after seeing on the gigantic holographic screen that Felix was getting interviewed by Tyson. After some back and forth meaningless flatter, Tyson jumped straight into the subject. Captain Felix, mind sharing with us some info about your Tier 1 bloodline? He asked eagerly. Well, I can only speak about its abilities. Felix opened up, what do you want? Naturally, about your semi-morphing ability. Tyson brought the mic near Felix and inquired, is it possible to know how much boost did you receive from it? 50% to my strength. It's not the best boost, but it's quite good when combined with my passive super strength and legendary etching enhancement. Felix lied with a straight face. In reality, the semi-morphing ability provides a 100% boost to all of Felix's states. He made it sound like only his strength and defenses were benefiting from it, and by only 50%. This was within reason for a legendary semi-morphing Tier 1 ability. Felix did his research and found that most of them give 40% to 50% if extremely lucky. So, it wasn't abnormal in the slightest. That's why he never used more than 50% in his kicks. Queen, please make a calculation based on his info and give me his final strength during his semi-morphing. Tyson requested immediately, just to receive a response a split second later. During his semi-morphing, his strength could reach up to 3,900 bf. 3,900. Tyson's eyes widened slightly, that's almost at peak second stage bloodliner. No wonder his kicks were supersonic. He looked at the Salvadorians' dejected expressions as they waited for their turn to get interviewed and couldn't help pity them. After all, they were playing a game as a peak first stage bloodliners against one with a peak second stage strength. It was the same as a silver player competing against gold players. After Tyson relayed the information to the viewers, their reaction was more or like the same. Only the Salvadorian players reacted differently, as they had exhibited signs of dread and also appreciation to Felix. But wait, this doesn't add up. Tyson frowned his eyebrows suddenly. Why does he still have poison bombs from his legendary Tier 1 bloodline, unless... Tyson's eyes widened in disbelief while looking at Felix's innocent face. May I ask what ability did you edge in your 1% human bloodline? What kind of question is that? Drago knitted his eyebrows while looking at Felix's interview. Right? Isn't it obvious that he edged that busted semi-morphing ability? Miriam said in dread. Those questions were resounding in the minds of everyone besides Olivia and the rest, who acted like they didn't know Felix or wanted to associate with him. Their reaction was within reason, as Felix had boldly stated without an ounce of shame, "Naturally, I have chosen my poison bombs since it's much better to have the 5 inducements utility than flat-out strength." Everyone was left at loose for words at his retarded reasoning. Utility better than flat strength? What kind of crack he was on when he edged his ability? They thought speechlessly, not knowing how to react. Who could blame them? In their eyes, it was only common sense. If he edged his semi-morphing, he would always have a 50% increase of strength above those at the same stage as him. How could that compare to having poison bombs? Seeing their looks, Felix knew that they were considering him as a moron for not seeing this. But he merely shrugged his shoulders and didn't bother explaining his reason. He couldn't tell them that he had edged size manipulation and poison bombs was merely a smokescreen. Ha, I guess you have your take on the matter. Tyson gave a forced laugh and stopped bringing out the matter. In his eyes, Felix would understand how foolish his decision when he reaches the peak first stage of replacement and loses his semi-morphing. By then, the one weeping the most would be the Earthling team for losing its strongest power force. The ESG organization, the council, even his teammates knew that Felix's decision was shitty, but no one dared to bring the matter in the open since it was Felix's bloodline path and he was free to *ck it up as he wanted. With that being said, this little episode didn't bring the mood down even a bit in the assembly hall. The presidents had switched their subject to a matter that was leaving them sleepless for the past 4 months. The Gamma organization's destruction. With the team's win, they had obtained the wish they needed to kick off the plan they made to destroy it. Let's wait for the team's captain to join us. The USA president stopped the discussion right as it was about to begin. He has every right to be part of this assembly. He smiled widely. After all, he also has a vote in the decision-making. The assembly went quiet for a couple of seconds after being reminded of Felix's vote. While most didn't show much of a reaction, some heads of states displayed subtle signs of displeasure. It wasn't because of Felix's having a vote, but because he was from the USA and they had already 10 votes above 99% of the countries. They could see the US president's low-key grin at the thought of having 11 votes on his side. However, feeling displeased or not, no one dared to disagree with the notion after seeing how Felix forced the game single-handedly to an early conclusion. Chapter 395, The Council's Assembly. Should we adjourn the assembly to the evening to give him proper rest? Jacob suggested with good intentions towards Felix. If it was any other time, I would have definitely agreed. Mr. Rodriguez shook his head and said, but we can't be wasting time when the chaos hadn't been resolved and people are still hiding in their homes. Agreed. Seconded. Plus, he doesn't even seem tired. Looking at Felix, who was flirting with Sophia in the stream, the head of state's eyelids twitched at his carefree attitude. I will send him the invitation link. Jacob coughed and sent Felix a message, informing him about the assembly and his requirement to attend as fast as possible. A split second later, Felix could be seen scratching his chin with an irritated expression while saying his goodbye to Sophia. Then, he broke into light particles, and a second later his body was reconstructed in an empty chair right next to the US president. Hello there. Felix greeted with a faint smile while glancing at the tens of heads of states all eyeing him from their seats. Clap clap clap. However, instead of receiving a greeting, Felix was surprised to see them standing up one by one while clapping their hands boisterously. They had appreciative looks and smiles affixed on their faces while giving him an unexpected standing ovation. If it was any other person, they would have felt beyond proud to actually get applauded by the leaders of the entire world, but Felix honestly felt like it was any other applause he received from the spectators. Still, he didn't show his nonchalance as he kept bowing his head slightly in their direction, showing his appreciation. A couple of seconds later, the applause died down and the leaders returned to their seats. Captain Felix, on behalf of the planet and every citizen. Jacob bowed his head deeply to Felix and said emotionally, "Thank you for the hard work. I am just doing my part." Felix waved his hand in a polite manner while thinking, at least their surface attitude is nice. Felix didn't know if their appreciation was real or they were simply faking it to stroke his ego. Whatever it was, he didn't care much about it. As long as they don't cross his path, they were golden in his eyes. After a couple of minutes of additional flattery, questions about his well-being to make Felix comfortable sitting with them, Jacob requested from Felix, "Captain, can you please show us the list of earnings from the game?" Felix nodded his head while waving his hand, displaying both the Earthling team profile page as well as a made-up earning list by the Queen. / rank, mid-bronze. Play 3 placement games to get ranked. About. Earth is the third planet from the Sun and the only astronomical object is known to harbor life in the solar system. About 29% of Earth's surface is land consisting of continents and islands. The remaining 71% is covered with water, mostly by oceans, seas, gulfs, and other saltwater bodies, but also by lakes, rivers, and other fresh water, which together constitute the hydrosphere. Much of Earth's polar regions are covered in ice. Earth has 7 continents: Africa, Antarctica, Asia, Australia, Europe, North America, and South America. Earth has 5 oceans. Earth has 195 countries that are. Games played, 001. Wins, 001. Loss, 000. Win streak, 001. Loss streak, 000. Eliminations, 001//. The leaders didn't react much when they saw the profile details since every native on the planet had access to it. But, the other earning list was something only Felix could have as the captain. But since he had signed the captain's duties contract, he was obliged to share it with the council. Naturally, Felix's game points weren't needed to be given as well since they belonged to him. That's why the list appeared empty like this. / winning wish. Total streaming revenue, 0.01% from game points / 1% from popularity / 10% from victory 2 billion SC //. Yet, in the eyes of the leaders, the list was loaded with coins after they saw that they had earned 2 billion from a single win. They always knew that the games were beyond profitable, but seeing the earnings with their own eyes was still a shocker. Especially when they knew that the planet's entire data from the beginning of time to now barely surpassed that amount. Good, good, good. Mr. Rodriguez laughed with a gleeful expression while staring intensely at the earnings. At least his reaction was honest, as Felix had noticed with his enhanced vision that most leaders were exhibiting subtle signs of greed and desire. However, he didn't care about their reaction since they weren't going to get a single coin from those earnings unless they wanted to get exposed by the Queen based on the anti-embatsment contract. So, they could greed for those coins all they want, but it ain't happening. Captain Felix, did you split the team's 3% yet? Jacob asked. Not yet. Felix waved his finger and the 2 billion was reduced to 1.4 billion SC, taking away 600 million SC for the team members, who risked their lives to play the game. After seeing that 30% was gone just like that, not a lot of heads of states were pleased by it. After all, they weren't receiving a single dime while the team members had 600 million SC to be split by themselves based on their contributions. Knowing that Felix had at least done 60% of the work in the team, he would be getting 360 million all to himself. So, it was only natural that those leaders, who always were at the top of the pyramid, would react like that. Too bad, there was no way that they would remain quiet about it even though the 3% given to the team was written by them in the contract. Sigh, 1.4 billion is truly not enough to deal with the organization. A president lamented out loud. Indeed, we need to buy space.I.P.S, materials, hire professional non-native manpower to build the surveillance tower in the moon. Another one supported. If we wanted to finish it fast we need to pay even more to increase the manpower. A female president smiled bitterly. Even if we finished it and located the Gamma organization, I doubt that our armies and weapons can do anything to their spaceship. True, this meant we need hundreds of millions more to get a good weapon to destroy them or at least to kick them away and force them to choose another planet to take advantage of. While a president after another kept lamenting loudly, Felix was laughing his ass out in his mind with Isna. But on the outside, he still had that faint smile on his face, appearing like their discussion had nothing to do with him. Haha, they are trying to guilt-trip you to donate some of your money. Isna giggled while covering her mouth. They have better chances robbing you than using this strategy on an insensitive prick like you. Well, their attempt is useless against me but it will definitely work on Olivia and the other softies. Don't let those useless farts rob my little Oli. Isna growled in fury. I am not the one giving her coins, it's the queen. Felix mentally shrugged, plus, I am not her babysitter. She has her own parents to advise her on what to do with her coins. Asshole, you will die single if you kept acting like this. Isna cursed. I don't mind, single life has been good to me so far. Felix smirked faintly. While Felix and Isna were living in their own world, the presidents finally stopped whining about their hard.I.P.S after noticing that Felix was as unmoving as a rock. Not a single emotion had been shown on his face and they wondered if he even cared about the planet's misfortunes. Whatever it was, no one dared to antagonize him by personally asking him to donate some of his money. It was as clear as crystal that he wasn't interested in doing so and those leaders weren't retarded to put him in the spot publicly lest he ends up aiming at them later on. None of them had forgotten that Felix was the strongest bloodliner on the planet and he could easily kill them in their own houses without triggering even the alarm. Hence, they had no intentions to put their weight in front of him. Such as a basic intelligence and instinct of survival was required to be a country leader and stay as one for the entire term. Cough, Captain Felix, we were blabbering all along about the surveillance moon tower without telling you first about it. Jacob coughed and clarified to Felix, we have already made a decision to get this tower blueprint by using the SG Wish. It will be our best chance on locating the Gamma organization's spaceship. Do you have any opinion on the matter? Jacob asked. No. Felix shook his head, giving his approval. Good. Jacob smiled widely and asked the council, how about we wish for it now? The response he received was a resounding yes. Jacob displayed a hologram that was showing an enormous black tower that was at least 5 times taller than Burj Khalifa. It was thick at the base and thin at its peak. Under the image was its name, AAS Surveillance Tower. Jacob extended his hand at Felix and requested, will you do the honor by wishing for this particular tower's blueprint? Felix glanced at the image for a couple of seconds before nodding his head. This was the same tower that was built on the moon in his previous life after the Earthling team won their 3rd game. Felix had just changed the timeline yet again and he didn't want to mess it up even more by telling them to change their wish. After all, by the time the tower get fully erected, Felix's spaceship, Malak, and Eric would have already arrived and taken care of the problem. The last thing he wanted now was to mess up with anything that could potentially affect the Gamma organization's coordinates. Your wish has been granted. The AAS surveillance tower blueprint has been placed on your memory card. After the notification, the Queen followed it with a bunch of warnings, entailing that he could not sell copies of this blueprint to anyone and if he forged one or even attempted to do so, he would face jail time based on the rules. However, he could use it, give it, do anything he wanted with it. Just not sell copies of it since he didn't buy the copyright from the owner. Felix snapped his finger and the notification with all the warnings was displayed before the presidents. Then, he asked, "To whom should I give it?" "To Mr. Rodriguez." Jacob replied instantly, appearing as they had already discussed those matter long ago. "All right." Felix nodded his head and sent the blueprint per email. Mr. Rodriguez thanked Felix after he received it. But he didn't bring it out now since he knew that Felix wouldn't want to remain and hear them blabber on about kickstarting its building process. Hence, he brought out the subject of the council's balance by creating a hologram that was displaying the current capital placed in it. Greater than 294,015,040 SC. The planet is sure poor as hell. Felix's eyebrows twitched at the sight. Chapter 396, The Newest Sand Abilities. Upon seeing his reaction, some presidents started their second round of guilt-tripping Felix by sighing bitterly at their abysmal capital, hoping that he might feel bad and donate a couple $100 million. Alas, nothing much changed. Cheap *CK. Bastard, not wanting the planet to step ahead. Tisk, we should have lowered the earnings split to 8/2. While their faces showed not a hint of disappointment, their thoughts were beyond toxic. Only a few of them appreciated the fact that without Felix and the team, they wouldn't have gotten even that 1.4 billion. Alas, humans were greedy and spiteful by nature, and those presidents weren't any different. Fortunately for them, they were keeping those toxic thoughts to themselves. Otherwise, Felix would have visited them in their countries for a cup of tea. "Captain, if you may." Mr. Rodriguez frowned his eyebrows at the president's attempts but still gestured politely at Felix to make a move. Understanding what he wanted, Felix forwarded the 1.4 billion to the council's account. Honestly, he wasn't even needed to do so, as the Queen would have deducted the amount a couple of hours later and automatically wired it. All of this was part of the contract that Felix signed, and he had no problems with it since the money was going to be used for the planet. Felix wanted dearly for the planet to advance while still being part of the SG Alliance, since it would be his greatest shield against non-natives. He truly didn't want for his home planet to be under the wing of another kingdom or empire, since the Earthlings would be subjected to their rules. When that happens, anyone in the kingdom would be able to reach him and touch him. Felix would be left with no choice but to ditch the planet and also take with him his family, since his grandfather and Olivia wouldn't want to leave the rest of the family behind. Felix had no intentions of roaming the universe while having such a heavy burden on his back. But, if the planet remained in the SG Alliance, even if Felix left his grandfather behind, he would safe and sound from non-natives. Hence, his reason for playing the PSG, even though the profits weren't really that good at this early stage. It was always better to have a home planet that he could stay safely in and return to in case he ever left far away. 10 minutes later, Felix had already left the assembly after doing all of his duties. He didn't want to hear them discuss their preset-to-fail plan of destroying the Gamma organization. Plus, there was a concurrent small-sized party ongoing in the drop to celebrate the victory of the team. It wouldn't be right for the captain not to attend. Since it was held in the open space of the drop, the stars and the forest outside of the transparent walls made the atmosphere warm and cozy like a camp party. The music played was also not loud but still lively to not bring down the mood. Currently, Felix was drinking beer with Leo, Roland Dinho, Noah, and the boys who played the game. Their conversation was nothing serious, as they were merely talking about chicks, the games, and also the amount they got after the 3% was split up. As expected, Felix had received a 59% while the other 41% had been split up between the remaining 15 members. Since George wasn't really participating in the game, he didn't get a share of his own. But, Felix and the rest took care of him and Sasha by giving a small sum each, ranging from tens of thousands to 100,000 SC. That ended up raising 1 million SC or 2 for them, showing their appreciation for their massive efforts in the past 4 months. In a short while, the party ended up on a good note and everyone went to their rooms to get some rest. However, since the game wasn't really that difficult for Felix, he didn't waste time by taking a nap. Instead, he started scouting for some auctions that may have epic tier 6 sand bloodlines and illusion bloodlines. He was currently at 59%, but he had 21% unused essence in his spatial card. If he used it, he would reach 80%, just 19% shy from being a peak first stage bloodliner and also awakening the Sphinx. Good, there are 2 auctions happening this week that have 2 epic tier 6 sand bloodlines from the eagle species and the serpent species. Felix smiled in satisfaction and closed down the hologram. He didn't find any epic tier 4 illusion in sight, but he was glad by those 2 findings. If he got lucky, he might find the necessary essence to push straight to 99%. Hopefully, the potion concoction succeeded. Felix looked at the ceiling with a hint of dread. He might not show it, but he honestly was scared shitless that the concoction would fail, wasting at least 4 billion SC of materials and 2K game points. That's why he wanted to be there, as his paranoia was going to mess him up the nearer the concoction date gets closer. Right now, there were still 23 days before his turn. Hee, you better not go. Asna laughed wickedly, you will most definitely jinx the concoction process. Shut up. You saying that is already jinxing it. Felix retorted while getting fully nude, wanting to hit the shower before bed. I can already see your deadpan face after you get informed that it failed. Oh wait, you will be there to see it on your own. Asna laughed evilly. Stop jinxing, you witch. Felix snapped to Asna's delight. 22 days had gone by in jiffy for Felix as he spent them in training, hunting for Primogenitor's essence, enhancing his illusion affinity, and waiting for his potion concoction. For his training, it was only including his own practice and sometimes with Eric and Malak. He didn't train with the team since they had yet to spin the wheel for the second game because George wanted the team to have an average strength of peak first stage bloodliner. Hence, they decided to delay the participation by a month, since if they span the wheel right after the game, they would have only 1 month to prepare. Meanwhile, Felix had already found the necessary 19% essence to make himself reach 99% after he visited a couple of auctions in the past 22 days. Too bad, the same couldn't be said about the illusion Primogenitor's essence, as Felix had only found another 1% from 3 epic tier 4 bottles. The memories in them were useless as well, making him sigh at such a dreadful speed. Because he was buying those expensive bottles, he was forced to auction them back, and sometimes he ends up losing quite a hefty sum when the price didn't turn satisfactory. Still, there were times when he made a profit, so it balances it out. Felix didn't put much emphasis on losing or winning coins on those trades, since his greatest win was always the essence gotten from them. Only due to it, was Felix able to push himself into reaching 95% after integrating most of his stacked 40% essence in the past 17 days or so. Since he reached 95%, it only meant that he had unlocked 2 more active abilities and sadly just 1 passive at 75%, like the last time with the J, Ramongandra's bloodline. This made him realize that he would always keep unlocking 10 abilities in each Primogenitor's bloodline. Anyhow, the new active abilities were Desert Domain and Sand Burial. After he tested them in the measurement center, he found out that Desert Domain allowed him to spew a flood of sand from every pore of his body, turning the area around him into a desert in a minute or 2. If he combined it with his size manipulation, he realized that the amount would increase substantially, reducing the period it takes for the desert to get created. The best part about this ability was its synergy with the rest of his abilities and attributes. That's right, Felix could actually choose which attribute he wanted for his sand to be. If he wanted to use the black sand, he could totally create a black desert. The same applied to the rest of the attributed sand. This wasn't possible with the Guardians since they were a fixed ability. He couldn't switch between their attributes. This Desert Domain ability also allowed him to finally be able to use his 4th passive that he never had the chance to utilize in the fishing game. That passive was called Sand Surfing. As the name implied, it allowed Felix to surf on the sand with any body part that was touching it. This gave him immense mobility inside his own desert, or just any desert actually. Last but not least, Felix's fifth passive was called Seismic Senses. It allowed Felix to sense or perceive the vibrations in the sand. Not the best, but it was an amazing passive if he was in a real desert, as he could sense vibrations even from 2 kilometers away. Now, Felix was left with only his peak active sand ability, and he would conclude all the sand abilities. But, he didn't rush straight to 99%, as he had to stop at 95% to watch the collected memories of the Sphinx with Isna and the J. Ramungandr. Right now, he was sitting on a couch with them while having the mirror-like screen placed in front of them. While Isna looked bored to death and the J. Ramungandr appeared curious, Felix was clearly excited by finally viewing the memories and seeing what were the secrets of the Sphinx, the guardian of knowledge and truth. Play it. Chapter 397, The Sphinx's Memories. Isna pressed play on her remote control and yawned lazily while resting her head on her palm. Meanwhile, Felix had already entered a focused state while holding a small notepad and a pen. Everything he sees inside Lady Sphinx's memories would be a great help when he requests her sand manipulation. After all, he wasn't expecting that she would be as straightforward as the J. Ramungandr and just give it to him. Here we go. Felix's eyes brightened up just like the black screen. Unlike J. Ramungandra's memories, when the first image displayed was grey and shitty, the Sphinx's memories began with a clear blue sky that didn't have a single cloud in sight. The sunlight kept shining from above and the wind kept raging by, making Felix realize that the Sphinx was flying rapidly. Whoosh whoosh. The delayed flaps of wings had just resounded in his ears, confirming his assumption. Since the screen was displaying from a first-person perspective, it was hard to know what's going on unless the Sphinx turned her head. Oh! Felix exclaimed in shock and awe after the Sphinx had looked down for a couple of seconds. Even though it was just a brief moment, Felix had managed to spot a massive city that was wholly golden in color, gleaming under the sunlight but not reflecting blinding rays. It was filled with square-shaped buildings that were golden in color and curved with artistic images and hieroglyphics, appearing like a unique language of its own. Yet, the biggest shocker to Felix was the 3 towering smooth golden pyramids that were placed in 3 different points around the city, creating a triangle if the points got connected. Those pyramids had their peaks glowing with blinding lights that were pointing at the outer space, appearing like 3 golden beams penetrating the sky. The scene appeared ancient and mesmerizing but also advanced technologically. Felix didn't know if what he saw before was right or not, but he could have sworn that he saw halflings riding on 4-wheeled cars. Soon, the Sphinx looked again below, and this time Felix was given the proper time to look at the rowdy streets of the city and the appearance of the citizens. Such a diverse population. Felix commented in interest when he saw that there were halflings from many species, ranging from serpents, cats, eagles, scorpions, lions, cheetahs, etc. The entire city was brimming with life, and those halflings didn't seem like they were discriminating against each other, as there were multiple groups of people walking together or riding cars. However, before Felix could think deeply about them, the screen had gone black for a second before it brightened up again. Felix sighed in dejection at the sudden time skip, and he hoped that it wouldn't jump for hundreds of millions of years at once. He already didn't luck out on seeing the Sphinx during her early days when she was still a normal creature without element control. Thank God! Felix sighed in relief when the screen started displaying the Sphinx heading to the peak of one of the 3 pyramids. He didn't know if there was just a couple of minutes skip or this was another memory from thousands of years ago. But, he was glad that she was still in the city, as he wanted to know what it's all about. Whoosh! A split second later, the Sphinx had withdrawn her wings as she stood on a small platform that was leading to a gate inside the pyramid's peak. Seeing the size of the humongous pyramid made Felix confused about the small size of the Sphinx. His doubts were answered pretty soon, as the moment the Sphinx started walking, Felix noticed her humanoid arms swinging by the side. Although they were humanoid with 5 fingers and such, they were still encased in golden silky fur, resembling the fur of a lion's mane. Before Felix could bother to analyze her arms and guess how she appeared like, his attempts weren't needed anymore, as the exact version of the humanoid Sphinx had just appeared on the screen. It wasn't a mirror reflection but a real version of herself that was holding a long paper while waiting in front of the wide-open gate. Perfect sand copy. Felix murmured in a daze while focusing on the copy's mesmerizing appearance. Her legs were long and narrow from the bottom, showing 4 talons in place of her feet. Attached to her back, were 2 breathtaking folded wings made from yellow fluffy feathers that would make anyone wish to lay on them. Her face was breathtaking even though it had cat features, like the cat's mustache, and furry ears on top of her hair. She was wearing a red sundress and a white robe, resembling somewhat of a doctor's robe. She kept pushing a thin smart-looking pair of glasses upward her nose bridge that was as tiny as a cat's. Felix didn't know if the real Sphinx appeared like the copy or not, but he was nevertheless fascinated by the copy's beauty. Ta 7 dit. A reposeful voice emerged from the lips of the Sphinx, appearing as she had just asked the copy. Asna, translation please. Felix straightaway turned to the language Wikipedia who was painting her nails in boredom. She said, update. Asna paused the memories and added, give me a second, I forgot to turn on the dubbing. A split second later, Asna played the memories and returned to painting her nails, not bothering to watch them. She had already watched the memories a couple of times until she got bored of them. Lab number 5 had exploded after Clone 7 had ended up failing to combine the life elemental energy and death elemental energy. Clone 197 had kicked 5 new students after they failed to pass the test for the 3rd time in a row. Clone 14 had recently discovered a theory to open small-dimensional space without the universe laws in them. Clone 4. While the copy kept walking beside the Sphinx and updating her like a secretary, Felix felt like his brain had short-circuited the moment she opened her mouth and started speaking. Heck, he didn't even listen to the rest of the report as the fact that copies could talk was already too shocking in his eyes. God knows how many times he tried to make his copies talk or say a word, but the F***ers only flip him the finger or show him a smirk, making him want to beat them up. He already lost hope in them and started to believe that perfect sand copy was meant to be that way. But seeing the copy speak in front of him in such perfect fluency made him doubt if he had unlocked a different ability than the Sphinx. Felix took the remote control from beside Asna and went back a couple of seconds when she was about to make a report. After playing it and listening thoroughly to the content this time, he felt his heart skip a beat at a sudden thought that had come to him. Could it be that the Sphinx had created the perfect copy to do multiple research projects at once? Felix thought to himself. He knew that perfect sand copy allows his copies to use his memories and behaviors as their guiding compass. In his hand, those copies were lazy and pricks. Every order he gave them, he needed to pray that it would be handled well. But what about the Sphinx? From the content of the copy, the Sphinx had probably hundreds of clones that were having each a project of their own. Felix always considered the Sphinx as an extremely smart entity who could even create guardians with combat senses rivaling none. If a smart entity like her had clones of herself, it was the same as having hundreds of highly intelligent assistants that could help her in her research. Remembering that she could use senses sharing anytime to switch between copies made him realize that those abilities combination were truly perfect for research purposes. After all, the Sphinx could absorb the memories of her copies and continue their research on her own if she felt like it. God knows how many projects she had finished when hundreds of herself was working on them. Perfect copy is sure wasted on me. Felix smiled wryly and pressed play. Alas, the memory ended right after the clone mentioned another update. God damn it! Felix snapped as those memories always stop when it was just getting good. Here he was feeling excited to see the Sphinx's labs and her clones in work, just to get faced by a black screen. Don't worry. Asna comforted him lazily. Unlike this old snake, her memories were all centered in the city since she probably does not leave her labs for too long. Just as Asna mentioned, the instant the screen turned on again, Felix was elated to see that Lady Sphinx was holding an azure bestial finger that was emitting pressuring waves, causing the air to tremble each time she moved it. On her other hand, she was carrying a crimson flower that had only 2 petals, revolving slowly around the base. What will happen if I used the finger of the glacial dragon as the main ingredient and the two-petaled gravitational flower as the subsidiary ingredients? The Sphinx said with a tingle of pure curiosity in her tone. Before Felix could react to what she said, he saw a scene that shook his core and made his heartbeat increase wildly after the Sphinx lifted her head from those two materials. A Potion Concoction Lab. Chapter 398, a fitting title. Although Felix never bothered himself with potioning and substance creation, he was still fully aware of how a potion concoction lab appeared like from the network. Lady Sphinx Lab was no different than the one he saw, besides a couple of differences. The main materials and equipment were all there. There was one medium-sized citric yellow cauldron with silver inscriptions sitting above a circular wooden table that had one hole in its center. There were two more normal-looking wooden tables sandwiching the circular table. The table on the right was filled with transparent glassware of unique sizes. Felix recognized a few of them like a round-bottomed flask, filter funnel, and long tubes. Some of them were filled with liquid while others were empty. Meanwhile, on the other table, there were small vials filled with different colored drops of liquid and life-form materials, ranging from plants to living life forms. Unlike the lab he saw, this one was clean, neat, and organized so well he had a feeling that Lady Sphinx had either an OCD or she just loved keeping her space neat. Yet, he soon shook those distracting thoughts as the idea of another race or entity able to concoct potions was too hard to believe. Felix knew what needed to concoct a potion and how it's done since the witches had released some public info about their potion-making system like what the Dwarven did. Does she know another method to concoct potions? Felix got excited just by the thought of it as it meant that there was a chance for even him, a human, to concoct potions. He was soon about to find out his answer as Lady Sphinx had started the process by picking up a couple of materials from the table and throwing them together into the empty citric cauldron. After so, she walked to the end of the other table and picked a half-full flask that had a different measurement system engraved on the glass. 17.4 Li of the sacred Scorpiana blood should be good enough as a catalyst to speed up the explosive negative reaction of the glacial dragon finger and the two-petaled flower. Lady Sphinx murmured softly while pouring the flask slowly into the cauldron. After she poured it to the last drop, she closed the cauldron's lid and pressed a black button on the side of the circular table. Whoosh! White gentle flames emerged from under the cauldron, coming from the hole of the circular table. The sight appeared as Lady Sphinx had just turned on the oven to cook some rice. But seeing the brightened-up cauldron's silver inscriptions brought the mystery of potion concoction back. Let's leave it for, 1 minute should be a safe gauge for the next attempts in case this one failed. Lady Sphinx said, making Felix break out of his engrossment and cry in despair. Asna, please tell me that this memory scene will last for more than a minute. He inquired with a beseeching tone. Nope. Asna broke his dreams apart without even glancing at him. Truly, the memory scene had ended after 3 seconds, leaving Felix with no tears to cry and a load of questions still unanswered. Sigh, everything that she had displayed could be done by anyone. Felix smiled bitterly, the method she uses during the melding of the main ingredient and subsidiary was the thing I wanted to see. Felix knew that method was what separated combining materials and getting a load of crap and getting a potion or substance out of them. So far only the witches could use the only known method due to their innate trait. Whatever, at least I knew that Lady Sphinx could concoct potions. Felix comforted himself and prepared for the next memory scene. Alas, it turned out that his unlucky strike continued as the next couple of scenes were somewhat useless to him. Some of them displayed Lady Sphinx roaming the universe and most of them showed that she was reading a book written in an unfamiliar language. When Felix had asked Asna to translate the content of some pages, he was left confused as most of the terms were foreign to him. There were theories about space-time, dimensional slits, anti-energy, and more high-leveled shit that even the J. Ramongander was left scratching his cheek in confusion at them. At least we knew why she was being referred to as the Guardian of Knowledge. Felix was left in veneration after knowing that Lady Sphinx had probably read an infinite number of books from the fact that most of the memories scenes were just her reading in tranquility. She truly proved the saying that knowledge is an ocean that has no coast. Felix admired her will to gain knowledge even though she was probably already trillions of times more knowledgeable than the average person. After an hour of looking through those repetitive scenes, Felix's eyes had regained their focus after the screen finally displayed a different scene. Before he could focus on it, Asna paused and informed lazily, "This is the last one by the way." "For real?" Felix exclaimed, "They are way fewer than what we got from the Elder." "It's because I have edited most of it." Asna confessed, "I removed like 6 hours of memories that were just about her reading." "That's unlucky." Felix sighed and gestured with his fingers for her to play it. The moment the scene brightened up, Felix was left in confusion and doubt after seeing that the world had turned grey and gloomy like Lady Sphinx had just stepped into a graveyard. "What the f***ck? Is that a ghost?" Felix exclaimed in disbelief while pointing his shaky finger at the image of a spiritual body belonging to a scorpion halfling that had just passed by Lady Sphinx's eyes. The ghost was white and somewhat transparent. He had deadpan eyes, appearing like he was unresponsive to anything. "So this is the spiritual world?" Lady Sphinx murmured while glancing around in curiosity. "Fascinating. Spirits have been roaming in my labs for so long and I have yet to notice any of them even though my senses are at their finest." Upon hearing the spiritual world term, the J. Ramongandra raised his eyebrows in surprise, didn't think that Oddball had found a way to access it. "Elder, you know something about it?" Felix asked in intrigue, feeling quite agitated to know more about those matters that he had never known about even with the existence of the network. Asna paused the screen to listen as well since the world of spirits had a large connection with the only member of her race that could help her split her soul from Felix without drawbacks. "Well, I only heard rumors since my friend's circle didn't have anyone with relation to spirits, souls, and such." The J. Ramongandra rubbed his goatee and recalled, "A friend of mine told me once that the universe we are living in is being referred to as the matter universe. Mirroring it was the spiritual universe that was exactly the same but was habitable only by spirits of the dead." Felix felt like his mind was blown away by such a piece of information that he never thought was even possible. He always believed that there was an afterlife of some sort, but he never considered it to be an actual universe that was mirroring the one of the living. "Are those spirits intelligent?" Felix asked with a fluid U.S.-tiered expression, "I mean could they have their own civilizations, cultures, systems, and such?" "That I don't know." The J. Ramongandra smiled faintly, but seeing that Oddball entering it, she must have gathered quite a lot of information about it. "Let's see first what she saw in it," Felix said while focusing back on the screen. Alas, Asna busted both of their bubbles by spoiling the memory scene. She got kicked out of it in merely 3 seconds. Before Felix could comment, he found that she was indeed correct as Lady Sphinx's vision had been adjusted to normal, making see everything in color again. "Interesting, did someone kick me after sensing my presence or the spiritual universe doesn't accept my intrusion?" Lady Sphinx mused, "Whatever, with my successful entry to third class.e.m.e.nt, I can enter the spiritual universe wherever I please. Damn it!" Felix cursed with an upset tone after seeing that the screen had turned black and refused to brighten up again. Just like Asna said, that was the last scene. Finally, Asna stretched her hands behind her back and said lazily, "I am heading to bed." "Wait, leave the remote behind." Felix said, "I want to watch them." "Have a go at it." Asna threw the control in Felix's lap and teleported away. The J. Ramongandra said faintly after seeing Felix's serious expression, "If you are worried about the Sphinx possessing your body, you don't need to." "Oh." Felix raised his eyebrows and asked politely, "Why so?" "Because I am still here." The J. Ramongandra smiled gently while waving his hand at Felix. Then, he teleported back to his house, leaving Felix with a foolish grin on his face. Chapter 399, The Second Earthling Game. After rewatching the memories for a second time and noting the terms that interested him, Felix left the consciousness space. It was truly a fruitful memory reading and he got to know Lady Sphinx much better. Seeing how intelligent she was, Felix doubted that she would even bother attempting to possess his body. Knowing that she had participated in the primogenitor's suicidal pact, he believed that she must have died somewhere like the J. Ramongandra due to depression. Hopefully, she will decide to stay with the J. Ramongandra. Felix planned in his mind, I should try and matchmake them to remove any more thoughts of returning to the embrace of death. I don't need a wingman. The J. Ramongandra interjected in his thoughts with an annoyed tone, and nothing will change my opinion. So just drop the subject. Elder, you are truly too stubborn for your good. I can drop it. Sigh, fine. In the end, Felix gave up on the matter as he didn't want to upset the J. Ramongandra. For now, he could only seek other ways to make the J. Ramongandra stay since those series and movies clearly weren't affecting his stubborn will to die. The only weird thing about the entire conversation was Asna's unresponsiveness. Felix believed that she would have cheered for the J. Ramongandra's resolve to die or curse Felix for attempting to make him stay, but she was as quiet as a deer. It seems like she doesn't want him to leave either. Felix smiled faintly and stopped thinking about those depressing matters. Instead, he went to grind for his poison manipulation potency increase method and followed it with some solo training against AI dummies by using the Seeker shoes and his Obscurum suit. After he finished, he went to meet with George and his team in real life as they had decided to roll the wheel for the second game only after 23 days instead of a month like planned. When Felix entered the conference room, he was greeted by the team who was mostly all seating in their seats. After a couple of minutes, the rest arrived and Felix was asked by George to take the stage. Hopefully, it's a game based on basketball. Walton wished softly while sitting next to Johnson and Kenny. I prefer puzzles but team puzzles format is truly tough. Kenny gave his own input with a smile. SHSSH, he is spinning it. Johnson hushed them while focusing on the spinning colorful wheel that was for formats. Ting, ting, ting. Congratulations on picking sports format. The announcement was followed by a couple of fireworks like always, making some team members sigh in dejections while some whistle in excitement. As expected, sports is a pretty dominated format in the PSG. George commentated casually. Not reacting much to it as well, Felix pressed on the second green button swiftly and watched the game wheel spin a few times before he stopped it. Ting, ting, ting. Congratulations on picking Elemental Dodgeball. / game format, sports. Game name, Elemental Dodgeball. Participants number, 2. Game duration, 15 minutes. The integration allowed, from lesser purity to peak stage 1 of replacement. Ranks allowed, bronze and silver. Game map, the Bordeaux Gymnastic Closed Court. Asterisk Surprise Edition, no. Prizes pool, high-grade stones, peak-grade stones, Flask of Serenity, 4th Gene Prosthetic Arm Blueprint, Cancer Cells Vaccine. Rules of the game. 1. Only 10 players can participate in each team. 6 on the court and 4 outside of it. 2. The game will last for 15 minutes and there could be multiple plays in it. 3. The first play will start with each team given 6 balls. Hence 12 balls in total in the court. 4. The play ends when a team had successfully eliminated the opposite team. 5. Another play starts after but this time, the balls will be evenly spread on the center line of the court. Players from both teams are required to sprint to the balls and secure them for their use. 6. There will be 5 seconds grace period after securing the balls, forbidding the players from throwing the balls. 7. The players are required to hit/kill their opponents using only the balls in their possession. Getting a direct hit in any body part will eliminate you from the current play. 8. Balls can be infused with elemental abilities and thrown with any ability. Players can only use hands and abilities related to hands to throw the ball. If not, they will be out from the play. 9. getting heavily injured or killed will automatically make you ineligible to join any further plays. 10. Instructors or the captain can fill the empty spots with 2 players outside of the court. The other 2 must remain outside of the court to give the dead balls to their teammates. 11. Dead balls are balls that have missed their targets and collided with the wall behind or the ceiling. 12. Thrown balls could be countered by getting caught by the target or allies without hitting the ground, getting bounced off another ball. 13. Using any other body part to throw the ball will result in getting kicked from the court for the duration of the play and rewards the other team with a point. 14. Barrier-related abilities are allowed and can be buffed out by the 2 dead ball catchers. 15. The court is split into 2 halves and there is a central line separating them. Any players who stepped foot on that central line will get kicked out from the play and reward the other team with a point. 16. Eliminating 1 player rewards 1 point for the team and 200 GP for the thrower. If the ball thrown ended up heavily injuring a player or killing him, the points given will be doubled. 2 points/400 game points. 17. The winner would be the team with the most points by the end of the duration. For more information, please open your SG profile interface. Good luck to all participants. A chilling breeze caressed the cheeks of each team member, waking them up from their stupor after finishing reading the rules. Yet, no one had commentated as their hearts thumped wildly in fear and dread at the notion of playing in this dangerous game. Although shields were allowed, they knew that dodgeball court is small and if they got targeted by 6 players, they would end up eating 6 elemental balls at once. God knows if the shield could even defend against 2 balls in a row. Only Felix was grinning widely while looking at his teammates like sheep waiting for slaughter. Seeing his look, cold shivers coursed on their spine at the idea of training with Felix at this game. Ha ha ha, let's have some fun. Felix laughed wickedly while closing the hologram. Like hell you are going to practice with us. George interrupted Felix's unrestrained evil laughter by pushing him down the stage. Go deal with your business projects or something. George would be a fool to let Felix traumatize the rest by exploding their heads with the ball again. At least in football, the goalpost was the aim of Felix. But in dodgeball? He was literally given permission to kill who he pleases. How could you treat the captain like this? Felix criticized George while fixing his clothes. When he saw that no one was talking in his defense and they were merely gazing at the ceiling, Felix clicked his tongue and walked away from the stage, heading to the conference room's door. Cluck! Cheers erupted in the room after the sound of the door getting closed shut resounded in their ears. Felix is sure popular in the team. Olivia chuckled in a miss.e.m.e.nt with Sophia and Hina. Let's go for some shopping, Oli. Sophia clarified after her proposal, this game clearly isn't for us. I am going with you. Hina said, I am not joining this game as well with my flimsy body. True, this game is perfect for those with morphing abilities and high physical defenses like Felix and Zhonghui. Sophia agreed. The girls' discussion was being shared by most team members in the room. Unlike the football game, it was apparent that not everyone was excited to join it as they didn't have the confidence to survive getting smacked in the face with a ball. All right, let's head to the UVR's room. George clapped his hands and shouted, we have only 1 month of practice this time. So move. Meanwhile, Felix went to his room and started doing some research on potion concoction so he would have some understanding when he spectates Madame Hala. After he spent an hour reading about available information, he felt like he entered a new whole world that was completely unfamiliar to him. However, his curiosity to learn more about potions never got quenched but just kept reigniting every time he read some bizarre information. Especially when he read that even rank 1 witch was earning hundreds of millions from the basic potions she was selling in bulks. Sigh, witchers sure have it nice. Felix said enviously while closing the hologram. I wonder if Lady Sphinx would be willing to teach me her unique method of concoction. Felix wondered one last time before covering himself in bedsheets and closing his eyes. He needed to wake up early in the morning to not miss Madame Hala's concoction of his elemental potion. Chapter 400, Entering a Witch's Lab. Sunday morning at the drop, 7 a.m. Felix could be seen returning to the apartment complex from the cafeteria. Anyone who walked by him didn't dare even greet him, as his knitted eyebrows and lowered head were clear indications of having a bad morning. Felix truly experienced a bad morning since he didn't sleep a wink last night with all of the negative thoughts roaming in his head about the concoction. The first time he ordered this potion, he also experienced the same feeling, but thankfully the results were optimistic. No need to worry. Felix comforted himself. 49% is a high success chance, and Madame Hala didn't disappoint me last time. Cluck. After entering his room and closing the door behind him, Felix laid on the bed and logged in. When he constructed his Androxa home, he waited patiently for a call from Madame Hala's assistant. Thankfully, the witches were known for their respect for time, and Felix wasn't left waiting for even a minute before receiving a call. "Hello Mr. Felix, Madame Hala is waiting for you in her lab," the assistant informed politely. "Thank you." Felix nodded his head and inquired, "Is there anything I need to know before meeting her? I don't want to step on her toes without knowing about it." Don't curse, yell, get too close to her or ask too many questions, you know what? Just sit in the corner and watch," the assistant said. "I am fine with that." Felix accepted. "All right, please enter Madame Hala's UVR ID in your bracelet and activated the synchronize feature," the assistant requested. Felix did as he was told and informed the assistant that it was done. After waiting a couple of seconds, the Queen informed him that Madame Hala had accepted the synchronization. Then, he turned on the ghosting feature and informed the assistant about it. "All right, just close your eyes and accept the invitation when Madame Hala sends it to you." The assistant said her goodbyes. After she was gone, Felix laid on his bed and closed his eyes shut. A couple of seconds later, the Queen told him about the invitation and Felix accepted it in a heartbeat. Chirp chirp, szzshh. Felix's body had reconstructed to the music sung by nature itself. As the birds chirped, the insects wheezed, and a hot summer wind blew on his face. Feeling refreshed by the warm and cozy atmosphere, Felix opened his eyes with a pleased expression. Immediately after, he was met with a wide-open window that had its curtains flailing by the wind and the sunlight reflecting on its glass. Before anything, he looked outside the window and saw plenty of pink trees that had their leaves blowing by the breeze while small birds nested on their branches. Although he was merely a holographic body that was created by his bracelet and sent to Madame Hala's bracelet to bring him into the real world, he was still able to feel everything due to the synchronize feature. A small breeze touching his holographic cheek would be processed by the Queen instantly and make Felix's brain react to it like it had truly happened. Naturally, he couldn't really interact with anything, like holding a cup or something. But, Felix wasn't complaining in the slightest. Cluck. Alas, Felix's enjoyment in nature was interrupted by the window getting forcefully closed and the curtains getting pulled up, blocking every sun ray from reaching the room he was inside. "I will start the concoction process now." Felix turned around after hearing an enticing voice echo in the room. After seeing Madame Hala standing behind 3 tables filled with almost the same equipment and materials in Lady Sphinx scene, Felix smiled charmingly without commenting. Madame Hala started the concoction process by setting all of Felix's materials on the left table. But Felix didn't focus on them for now, as he appreciated Madame Hala's breathtaking beauty that could give even the prettiest human girl a run for her money. First, she resembled humans immensely in her body shape and skin, as she was 1.7 meters in height and her skin was a bit tanned. She was well endowed with her physical assets, making Felix glance once or twice at them. Meanwhile, her face was somewhat like humans, but her ears were longer and bent down, her eyes were scarlet, her nose was a tiny button while her lips were plump and scarlet just like her eyes. She was wearing a wholly black uniform and had its sleeves stretched out, dangling by her elbow and exposing her forearm. In her right chest, there was a logo that was surrendered by some peculiar-looking inscriptions. Meanwhile, Felix couldn't see her hair fully as she was wearing a pointy black hat that goes well with her uniform. Yet, before he could continue his outright ogling, he was surprised to see an extremely long thin tail emerge from behind her and start gazing at him from above. That's right. The tail's end was gazing at Felix since it was a huge scarlet eye surrendered by 5 black petals. It was as big as Madame Hala's head, and when it blinks, it resembles an orchid flower. So that's how Madame Hala's spiritual eye looks like. Felix was fascinated by it but not stunned as he knew about its existence beforehand. It was common knowledge in the UVR that the witches weren't born from 2 parents but grew from special soil just like plants. That spiritual eye was in fact a flower that grew from the soil until it reaches 3 meters in height. While under the soil, the body of the witch gets created in a cocoon by itself. If Felix recalled properly, the spiritual eye opened up and started absorbing the sunlight in the day and starlight at night to provide nutrition to its body inside the cocoon. This process usually takes a couple of years until a witch emerges from the cocoon fully nude and digs herself upward. Although witches' origin was clearly from a plant, their bodies were still based on flesh and blood just like humans. They still need to eat, drink, and fulfill other biological needs. The only difference between them was that the witches didn't have a gender or a reproduction system. They sure appear as gorgeous as goddesses, but they didn't have any sex.u.a.l orientation towards anything. That's why Felix was ogling Madame Hala before without worrying about being seen as rude, since she never considers him someone from the other sex. In her eyes, Felix was no different than a monkey just like every male in the universe. So, the Forsythia witch empire was truly filled with witches that were considered top-notch beauties, but in reality no male desired to live in such a place where they could only feast their eyes without having action. It was pure torture, and anyone who thinks otherwise was asking for a beating. Are you done staring? Madame Hala asked calmly, breaking Felix's thought process. Yes, sorry about that. Felix smiled faintly while glancing at the materials that were fully prepared on the left table. Felix read yesterday that this table was called preparation table by witches. It was meant for materials to be worked upon, like cleaned, extracting the essence from them, removing some parts, etc. He could see that the Dawntree leaf was cut into 4 parts and placed on a small glass bowl. Meanwhile, the 2 voidling scales and the golem brass had been sparkled by the dark star fly dust and placed together in a glass plate. On the other hand, the 20 purity fountain drops had been poured into a small transparent flask and placed on the glassware table. Lastly, the uncommon elemental flower had all of its petals removed and grounded together, creating a rainbow-like paste kept in a granite mortar bowl with its pestle. Those were all of the elemental potion materials that Felix had purchased and sent to her. 4.6 billion SC and 12 KGP were placed on that preparation table. Yet, Madame Hala's reaction was the same as someone seeing bread on the table for over 10 years now. I will start now. Madame Hala requested calmly, please don't make a sound. Felix nodded his head and narrowed his eyes in focus at Madame Hala, who started the concoction process by opening the lid of a bronze cauldron that had its inscriptions brightened up. She poured the flask that was filled with fountain purity dropped inside and pressed on a button that was at the side of the circular table where the cauldron was placed. Orange flames burst beneath the cauldron and started heating the room slightly. Even Felix felt that it was getting hotter. Madame Hala waited for exactly 5 seconds before throwing 1 slice of the Dawntree leaf. She repeated the same process with the other 3, waiting exactly 5 seconds each time. After she was done, she closed the lid and waited silently and patiently for an entire 2 minutes before opening the lid again. Whoosh! A familiar fragrant aroma escaped from the lid and drifted in the room until it assaulted Felix's nose, making him remember the time where he drank the elemental potion. Before he could bath in it, Madame Hala closed the lid again and waited for an additional minute. But this time, she was holding the granite mortar in her hand. Whoosh! When she opened up the lid, she quickly poured the uncommon elemental flower paste inside the bubbling milky white concoction. However, instead of closing the lid, she did the unexpected by bringing her spiritual eye up close to the concoction and froze like that. Felix went as silent as a mouse after seeing so. He knew that Madame Hala had just gone microscopic and it was the most important step in a concoction that would decide whether it would turn into a useful potion or a useless goo.